An absolute gorgeous day for racing as Old Glory flies proudly high above Mount St. Glen Helens. Take a look at a few of those raindrops. Yes, occasionally the motocross gods smile on Southern California and we get a little track watering. Hello everybody and welcome to the big one. This is Motofest, presented to you by Troy Lee Designs. My name is Jack Corpella and a true pleasure to be joined with the man who created this event, Mr. Bud Feldkamp. Bud, I'm glad I don't see any perspiration coming down off the forehead because you've already dipped into your pocket and pulled out $30,000. Today, another $70,000. Thank you so much. How you feeling heading into the big one here?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good about it. Thursday was a great day, and today is show day. Today is where the big money is, $70,000. So, and we got a great turnout of riders, a lot of amateur guys, and I think the guys that were here on Thursday all come back.
Well, this is such a unique event. It is so admirable, and we have people watching from not only all over the country, but all over the world. And what we want to drive home is this is the start of something very, very special. There is a week break between Supercross and Motocross, and Bud decided, hey, let me have my own national. And it's more than just a national. It's a celebration of motorcycles. Last night we saw Baja drags. There's been stuff going on here all weekend long.
Yeah, that's right. We want to, this is the inaugural event of Motofest, and we want to make it a national event, a world event. And so the trophies that are given out to the amateurs today and tomorrow will be inaugural, one of a kind. You were there at the first inaugural Motofest at Glen Helen, and this is not the last one. We'll do this again next year and the next year, and it will grow. And we'll, we'll go back and analyze what we did wrong, what we did right, make it better. And this is a process, but this is a great start.
Well, I think it's so awesome as we take a look at what is affectionately known as Bud's Sandbox. This is it, guys. Iconic and legendary Glen Helen Raceway. Look at the elevation. Look at that track prep, too. Bud, you and I know that those motocross gods smiled down because 52 degrees and just a little bit of precipitation. Yeah, due to... despite what many think, it does occasionally rain in Southern California, and you got a little bit this morning.
Yeah, the motocross gods were with us today. You know, I mentioned that we'll analyze this. I'll sit down with Troy. Troy was a big part of this concept. And with Troy and I, we'll try to make something that's, this is what's the word I want to use? It's the inaugural event. So Troy will be involved next year and the following years. And between Troy and I, we're going to make this thing a world-class event.
All right, so in the comments, you heard it. I want everybody, if you're from far and wide, plan your vacation next year for Motofest. And what's really cool is if you love this sport like we all do, you get to see some of the pros. We don't even know who all is here, who rolled in the gate. We'll find out when we drop the gate for the first time. But seeing what happened on Thursday, Colt Nicholls walks away with over $10,000. Julian Beaumer, factory KTM rider, out here taking home a piece of the purse. I know it'll be interesting to see if he comes back because his team wasn't planning on it, but I know that he said, boy, I'd like to come back and get some more money.
I do know that Julian did come back. He was out there in practice. I saw him.
Oh,
so that's exciting.
Well, that's huge. That means he won the battle with Frankie and the other boys from KTM. Maybe he took them out to a nice Outback steak dinner with some of that winnings and said, come on, guys, let's go back on Saturday. And it'll be interesting to see who else shows up because we know the entire motocross industry is here. They're getting ready for the start of the pro motocross season, and so many of them have taken advantage of this just tremendous opportunity by you. It's like one of your great staff members, Lori, told me, they're going to be out there practicing no matter what. So why not come up, put on a show, and take a shot at $10,000 being paid out to the winner? You are paying all the way back to 20th place as well, which I think is so admirable because some of these racers are telling us this is the most money they've made all year.
Yeah, in fact, this is a show for the spectators, but it's also a chance for the privateers to show their stuff in front of the factory guys. Or I'm sure there's a lot of factory team managers watching this today and see how these guys perform. And I'm sure this is a chance for them to show their stuff.
Well, that's why, again, we want to show our appreciation to Bud because it's not just every promoter out there that will reach into his pocket and pull out $100,000. So thank you so much for that, Bud. Now, another individual we really want to thank is Troy Lee. So thank you so much, Troy Lee. Let's find a little bit more about this great painter and legend who helped support this event.
First annual Motofest at Glen Helen, $100,000 up for grabs, and this guy, Troy Lee, is a huge part of it this weekend. I'm having a lot of fun out here, and Troy, I know both of us have something in common. We're both passionate about Glen Helen, and I think both of us feel like we have a part of Glen Helen in us. Like our blood is just a part of Glen Helen. For me, I'm obviously a little bit younger than you, but I'm here every day testing with motocross action, and you've been here for a long time helping Bud Feldkamp and also been inspiring him to come up with the idea for this race and really boost it up and make it exciting. So tell us, what does the Motofest mean to you, Troy?
Oh, it's just giving back to our sport, and I'm just really passionate about this track. I've rode so many years here. It's still I think it's the toughest track in the world, and such a cool spectator track. And, we've been trying to get the national back and couldn't make it happen. So we just said, you know what, put our heads together and said, let's just put our own event on, and let's do it a great event, and it'll grow over time. And I think it will. I think it's just keep putting our head down and moving forward, and it'll happen. And it's happening. It looks like it's happening good today, so I'm excited.
Yeah. For us, it's been awesome for Motocross Action to have it live streamed on our YouTube channel, so thank you guys for watching that. And thank you for supporting this event. You got the full factory Ducati Troy Lee team rig out here showing that off. What's the excitement like for that, and how come we don't have a Ducati rider here today?
We're working on it. We're working behind the scenes. We just got a first couple bikes. The last, we got prototype bikes, then we got first production bikes. So we've been out testing them at Glen Helen and at the Supercross track with Cole Seeley yesterday, and it's getting there. We're just not. They don't want us to go race until it's perfect, so we got a little bit of homework to do, and I think we're going to be in a really good spot for next year.
Nice.
That's the plan.
That's cool. I'm getting ready to head over to Italy in a week and a half to go ride the Ducati, so I'm excited to try that out for the first time. Again, thank you for being here. $100,000. That's a lot of money. Do you think he's going to keep doing it every year?
I think so. If we just keep building it, Bud wants to, he's passionate as we are, so when we sit down, we put our heads together. You were sitting at lunch with us. Let's make this thing happen. So I love working with Bud. We get some ideas, and he's got the horsepower to do it. So thank you, Bud, and thank you, Glen Helen, and thank you. We're going to make this a cool place.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for watching. Off to the next one.
That's right. Thank you so much, Troy Lee, as we take a look at the only Hollywood-esque sign that matters in SoCal, if you ask me. It is Glen Helen, the home of speed, the home of horsepower theater. Pleasure to be joined by our resident expert, Mark Tilley, from the Dirt Bike Magazine YouTube channel, part of the High Torque family. And boy, what a show we witnessed on Thursday, and now we are set for the big one, the main event. That's why it was great to see Bud not worried. He didn't look like he was crying any tears. I know I certainly would if I was getting ready to pay out $70,000, but that's how much he loves this sport. He's ready to award some big money here today.
Well, and I mean, he's got to be happy about this. The line getting in here this morning was another long line, and then once I got in here, the amount of people that were here, the amateurs that are here, was pretty amazing. So hopefully this is going to build on, and it'll be bigger and bigger for next year and the years to come. But, I mean, the pros that are here, like what Bud was saying, they came back. I mean, they kind of looked at it and they went, hey, wait a minute. And I know that there were some pros at home going, wait a minute. Those guys made some money. I can do that. And so it's definitely a really cool thing to be able to see that, because I know I was getting text messages from local pros going, hey, what do you think? You think I should go out there? And I mean, look at that. There's an amazing amount of people here. There's a bunch of stuff going on here. It's not just the pro races. There's amateur races. And then there is also on the backtrack, there's vintage races going on. There's kids races. So it's a pretty amazing thing that's happening right now. Right now, you're seeing some 50s go out there for their practice. So it's definitely a really cool thing. to see. So it's I'm excited. I got goosebumps, kind of like the two-stroke race that we that you got to see on Dirt Bike Magazine's YouTube channel. But you're on Motocross Action's YouTube channel right now, so make sure you subscribe.
That's right. So much great action, and we're so glad you're along with us for this ride. It is an event that we expect to grow year after year. We thank all of our great sponsors who have stepped up, and that starts with Troy Lee Designs. He is here with the Ducati rig, and of course we want to thank all of our wonderful sponsors. Actually, we have some promo codes for you as well that we want to talk about, because right now, are you crazy? What an opportunity. If you guys are watching this, you've got a chunk of gold. You can save $100 if you scan that QR code right now on your screen. You can get the SIDI X Power SC boots, normally $399.99, $100 off right now. Mine are in the mail, hopefully.
Yeah, well, I'm a SIDI guy. I really like SIDI boots. Been racing in them for a long time, and I've been testing these boots out for the last 6 months. I'm normally a guy that races in the Crossfire 3 boot, and this takes some of that technology, the buckle system, all that kind of stuff, and then it's a thing to where you get it at a entry-level price, and now they're giving you $100 off. So I would definitely scan that QR code.
Yeah, just one of the great benefits, and we thank all of our wonderful sponsors. Support those who support your sport, and that includes Motosport. Right now, if you use this QR code, enter your email, you'll receive a code that will give you $20 off of a $100 spend or more, plus free shipping at motosport.com. They have everything you need, so this is basically just a donation to our entire motocross community. I don't really need to say a whole lot more about what Motorsport has, because they have everything.
Well, yeah, and we were lucky enough to work with Boysen, Eric and the crew at Boysen, and then the entire crew at Motorsports just recently building a KTM 350 project bike. And you're right, they have everything, anything that you could possibly want for your motorcycle, some OEM parts as well. So you know what, if you're planning on building any kind of project or doing anything kind of special, you go there and it's kind of a one-stop shop.
So we take a look at that crazy new finish line jump. It was great. I'm sorry, not finish line, but the tabletop tunnel jump. It was great to talk to Carl Scatland, who used to build the tracks here for the Pro Nationals. He was brought back in, and I'll tell you, Picasso used his creativity out there for sure. Take a look. This place is just perfect.
I think we're doing a drone lap. When that first came out, I was thinking, oh, there's a 50 right there. Who's jumping? So we're doing a drone lap. Our drone footage is pretty amazing, going up the backside of Mount St. Helen and then dropping down. They drop down this section, come down, and that drone shot doesn't do it any justice. That's steep. And then they come underneath the Yamaha bridge and then kind of come back through. He does that smoother than some of the riders, and then go back up to the top of Mount St. Helens and then turn around the flag and then come right back down. So that's a half a lap here. So looks like the rider's getting ready for some of the first motos that are here to take off, and listening to the national anthem.
Let's go racing. A beautiful day from this Southern California. House of Speed. It is the main event here at Motofest. Let's take a look at your 250 starting roster. And I got to tell you, full disclosure, Mark and I are not 100% sure who snuck in here this morning. We'll see if there's any surprise entries. Certainly, Julian Beaumer was the quickest 250 that we saw on Thursday. He said he wasn't coming back. At least his team said that. But I think there may have been some negotiations after winning the big money. Take a look at some of these big names. We've got Parker Ross out there, Colton X, some of the names we know from NGPC. Trevor Hunter out there as well. We will see who has shown up for the big money. They have come from all over. Look at some of the diversity, too. As local as Riverside, California, 45 minutes away. As far as Woodburn, Indiana. I know the Ty Loop Honda team and also Rock River Yamaha have been here the last few days, set up, prepping bikes, and they plan on being here for a while. They say, can we leave the trucks here for a few days? Glen Helen said, sure you can.
Well, and not only in this class is there the pro class, the 250 pros, we have a couple of future riders in there that will be taking off with the pros, but they aren't technically part of the pro class when it comes to scoring. And those three riders that we have, they're kind of just checking the gauge. They want to see, their sponsors want to see where they are. They want to see where they are when it comes down to the pro class. So that's Vincent Way, number 27, on a Team Green Kawasaki. Dustin Davis, our off-road guy. Dustin Davis entering the pro class on the off-road side. He's number 508 on the Zip Tie Racing gas back machine. And then number X211, that's Seth Neiman on a gas as well from Kilmartin Racing and Nimco MX. So we have some guys out there kind of testing the water, seeing if they want to turn pro or letting their sponsors know that, hey, I'm good enough to turn pro. So kind of a race within the race, as they say. But, you know, lots of 250 pros on that line. And again, we're paying all the way back to 20th place.
Amazing. Well, what a proving ground. What a measuring stick to come out here against some of the best and go for big money. And you never know what's going to happen. We talked about how important it is for these racers, too, as Colt Nicholls showed us 3 ASV whole shots on Thursday. That was $1,200 plus the 10 grand winner's purse. He walks away with a large chunk of money, a chunk that he told us was the most that he won this year. So this is so important to all these racers. We know, I know you know, Mark, that in racing, cubic dollars is what makes the difference.
Well, and I don't see Julian Beaumer on the start line, but I do see some KTM off-road guys. So number 41 is somebody to watch out for. And then Mason Simmons, our current 250 off-road champion.
Here we go. She's coming off. Card is down. We are ready for a start. We are off, racing into Talladega Turn. Who will grab the first whole shot of the day here at Motofest? I see a Kawasaki out in front to the right. No, is it a Yamaha racer? 3 Kawasaki's behind him, but as for now, the Yamaha racer out in front. Oh, look at this Kawasaki making a move to the outside.
And that one of those Kawasaki's is Kawasaki in third right now is Vincent Way. And he's one of those future riders, Nick Way's son, and making sure that seeing how he can do and starting off really well.
Who is that with the ASV Whole Shot Award? We'll have to find out who got it. It is the Yamaha rider way out in front trying to get eyes on that number. Is that a 3? It's a 3-something.
I think it's 379.
Is it 334? Say it might be Brad West out of Murrieta, California. We'll let you know in just a second as we scream up and down 22 stories of elevation here. Mount St. Glen Helens. And Mark, you said a mouthful earlier that I love this drone coverage. This live stream coverage is awesome. But you do have to be here to appreciate the elevation. It does not show up on your screen. I walked Talladega Turn yesterday and I was frightened. That's a hill climb in and of itself. We got a Kawasaki log jam back behind that. We'll give you live data and scoring as we continue on.
I know in second place right now, it's number 44, Dylan Schwartz out of Alpine, California on the Toyota of Redlands Bar X Yamaha. I believe the rider in first might be Wyatt Matson, number 279. But we'll know when they come around for live timing and scoring. Again, everything we say is officially unofficial.
All these racers equipped with transponders, and that gives us that great live data as we get ready to complete lap number 1 here from Motofest in the books. As you see the young lady out there writing down in her notepad, that's how they used to do it back in the day. It's crazy what they used to have to do. As we continue on, beautiful day for racing here at Glen Helen. So glad you're watching with us. Make sure you give this a share. Make sure you drop in the comments where you're watching from and let your friends know we are live on the Motocross Action Magazine YouTube channel. Mechanics going crazy. This will be 30+1. We've got a long way to go, a 2-moto format here as well today, before we hand out the big $10,000 check in the 250s and the 450s. Remember, for the Stopwatch Nationals on Thursday, it was just one combined category. We had 450s versus 250s. They even allowed Stark Electric bikes in there if they so choose. But today, more like a Pro National, 250s and 450s separated.
So we did get live timing and scoring up. That is Parker Ross.
Parker on a Yamaha.
Parker Ross has switched over to a Bar X Yamaha.
Wow.
For the outdoor season from the SLR Honda. So Parker's fast. We know Parker's fast. We know he's got the endurance. But he is out front, in front of that number 44, that 44 Yamaha of Dylan Schwartz from Alpine, California, and Parker's teammate. So that's Parker's brand new teammate. Both Bar X Yamahas. At the Stopwatch National, I jumped the gun on some of the Yamaha guys that weren't on the Bar X team, and Myron from 2X Promotion jumped all over me and said, hey, these are my guys. So these are two of his guys in the 250 class. And again, unlike the Stopwatch National, this is the 250 Pro class. All of these guys are on 250cc machines.
So it is Parker Ross leading Dylan Schwartz and Landon Gordon. Revin Gordon and Kai Aiello round out your top 5. Trevor Collip out there as well. He's one of the individuals who comes from that Ty Lube Honda team out of Texas that I talked about. We'll mention him a little bit more throughout this broadcast. Max Sanford 7th, Wyatt Matson 8th. Mason Simmons, who really is the top rider in AMA NGPC in the 250 category. Keep an eye for him. He's running 10th right now, but he does have plenty of time as we're only 4 minutes in to this 30+1 affair. Big story about Parker Ross, too. We'll have to get the lowdown, Mark, as I was telling some of these great fans. This is what's cool about the silly season event, the event that happens right in between Supercross and Motocross. There's changes, there's news coming out with these teams, and a lot of it is happening right before our very eyes.
Oh, yeah, we just saw a case out of one of the Gordon brothers, and that's Vincent Way. That's one of our future riders that's thrown in there, and Vincent is leading that 3-rider field of future riders in front of Dustin Davis and Nemec right now. So holding his own. I think he's running about 4th overall, maybe 5th overall. On that Team Green Pro Circuit Kawasaki right there.
2 second-generation riders. Of course, Way, the son of the legend Nick Way. Dustin Davis, the son of Ty Davis. Dustin coming off his first podium out there in the NGPC series. Actually had a little bit of a controversial decision. The appeal to the AMA, won the appeal. Looks like he slightly cut into a bail and was able to win that one, so congratulations.
It looks like we have a pass for the lead right now. The 2 Bar X Yamahas going at it, and I believe going up the hill, Parker. Oh no, that was Parker Ross is still in first place right now, and his teammate right behind him. So the battle heating up for the big money up front. So, and I believe behind them it's going to be Landon Gordon on that Team Green Kawasaki as well. So. Top 5 right now, we have Parker Ross, Dylan Schwartz, Landon Gordon, Revin Gordon, and Trevor Collip.
Well, we've got all our spies out there, Mark. You're going to have to get on it. We've got to figure out how Mark Samuels and SLR Honda let Parker Ross get away. How did they let him get away? I guess Bar X came in with that big money, that big bike, and said,
I would say more of Mark Samuels. It was maybe a better deal for Parker Ross's future. I don't think that SLR is going to all the outdoor nationals. Gotcha. So I think that might have been a thing. Mark's all about his riders, all about giving them the best shot that they have at doing what they're doing. And I think that the SLR support and the Honda support is for Supercross only. and it might be just West Coast Supercross only. I don't know the details on that, but yeah, Mark's definitely going to look at that, and he wants to help Parker out as much as possible.
Well, he knows Parker's still tied to that team for another reason. He is dating one of the fastest women on two wheels, Moto KK Nielsen, so his heart's still somewhat attached to SLR Honda. As we continue on, guys, it is Moto number 1 here from Motofest. What a beautiful day for racing. Now taking a look at the 18 motoring around on the Kawasaki. Great day for Kawasaki so far. Landon Gordon.
Yeah, and Landon has been the Gordon brothers are. It's a really cool story. They moved down from Northern California with the family, and the sister in the group does a lot of equestrian stuff. So great family. They got all kinds of stuff going on. But we've seen these guys in some of the future events. Parker Ross we saw in some of that stuff, and then we saw him in some of the regular events as well. So, Parker holding his own, and it's pretty amazing. He hasn't had very much time on that Yamaha, so this might be his first official race on that machine as well, because I know that during the Supercross season he was on that SLR Honda. So out front, making it look easy, Parker Ross in front of his teammate Schwartz.
Well, perhaps they nailed the bike setup and made him feel right at home. There doesn't appear to be much of a learning curve. Looks like he's out for a Saturday drive here at Glen Helen, as we're treated to a great battle between these two Yamaha teammates who appear to be checking out on the rest of the field, but Landon Gordon not giving up on that Kawasaki. Behind Landon, look at the gap. I mean, the top 1, 2, 3 have absolutely left this field. Still got a long way to go. As we learned on Thursday, anything can happen, especially when you're talking about one of the roughest and most grueling motocross tracks in the land. Spoke with Grant Harlan, who was here. He actually broke a wheel, which drives home just how rough Glen Helen can be. I know you ride here all the time, Mark. You know that better than anybody.
And right now, this is probably going to be the smoothest that this track is going to be all day long. They've had amateur practice. They've had some pro practices. This is the first pro race. So this is as smooth as these guys are ever going to see this track. But I'm really surprised. Enzo Timmerman at the Stopwatch National was on the podium. And right now, him and... Timmerman dropping back even farther, but I'm really surprised that Mason Simmons is barely within the top 10, and I think Timmerman might have gone down, but right now we're looking at Gordon and Way.
Oh,
right now.
Here we go.
And Way making
Kawasaki's coming together.
I think he's ready to make this transition. He's definitely holding his own in the top 5 in this pro class, and leading the 3 futures riders.
Well, what an advantage it is to be a second-generation rider. I think we're seeing that right now in Super Motocross with Hayden Deegan, who has Brian Deegan as a mentor. For Way to come from a racing family, for Dustin Davis to come from a racing family, how much of an advantage do you think that is, Mark?
You know what? It can be an advantage and it can be a disadvantage, depending on the first generation of that, and whether or not they had a good career and made relationships happen and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I mean, generally it works out to where it's a better thing. The learning curve is a lot more abrupt. They get faster sooner, and some of those dads can really help their kids out. I know that Nick is a huge part of Vincent's plan for the future and his past, but so is the whole Way family. So, it's great to see. It's great to see them, another generation coming into the sport and going from there. And even on the Davis side, whoa.
Yeah, great back and forth battles between
that
teammates.
Was interesting.
We're watching that Kawasaki battle back and forth. Now I think back on the lead with these two Yamaha riders. Again, this is, if we take a look up at first and second right now, Parker Ross.
Yeah, that was Parker Ross and his teammate Dylan Schwartz. And Schwartz number 44. It looked like he was on that drone. He went around a couple of those jumps. So
look at that, Schwartz to the outside. Now here's what's so tough. Another thing I want to drive home about Glen Helen is the roost here is so brutal. When Josh Mosman I saw him back in the pits. He took off his shirt. His arms were just, it looked like he got shot with a paintball gun 100 times. He does not wear any protection on his arms. He does have a chest protector. And I'm like, man, you almost need a leather jacket on here. When you follow too closely, that's why when you're locked into one of those battles, it's not easy.
We just like to say that's motivation for getting around the guy.
It sure is.
It reminds you not to follow, that's for sure.
I'm sure the adrenaline is pumping and the competitive juices are flowing as we take a look now at Landon Gordon back in third place on the Team Green Kawasaki. 18 minutes to go, +1 here in 250 Moto 1 of Motofest. If you build it, they will come. The brainchild of Bud Feldkamp, a wonderful event that he hopes to grow for years and years to come. All started with the Stopwatch Nationals, a big day on Friday, and now today the quasi Pro National plus a bike show, all kinds of cool stuff going out there.
Vintage racing.
Racing.
Anything you could possibly want out of a motorcycle event, they got it here. They got a bunch of vendors, all kinds of stuff. So right now we're watching Landon Gordon in third on his Team Green Kawasaki, and then in front of him are two Bar X Yamahas, and I believe that Dylan Schwartz has officially made the pass on Parker Ross, and he's starting to pull out a little bit. So we'll know as they come through timing and scoring any minute now. We'll know what happens here.
Showing Ross, Schwartz, Gordon, Timbo, and Call-Up. Kai Aiello running 7th. Max Sanford running 8th. Wyatt Matson 9th. Mason Simmons rounding out your top 10. As again, these Kawasaki riders just continue to battle the whole way around the racetrack. So interesting to see how their strengths and weaknesses at this very diverse track. Here comes a Yamaha rider into the mix, though, as well as we get ready to complete another lap here at legendary Glen Helen Raceway. Track completely different. Every time you show up here, it's a new layout. They brought back a lot of elevation. They brought back the triple. And as we turn a corner here, watch how they'll sky it out over what is normally a very modest tunnel jump. Right here, boom, big air. Have you had a chance to hit that yet, Mark Tilley?
No, I have not, and I'm not saying that I would either. So it looks like number 43 making some moves, getting around Vincent Way. That is Cole Timbo, another Bar X Yamaha rider. So the Bar X Yamaha riders are up front and making their presence known. So we'll see how far forward Cole can keep going. We're about halfway through this event, plus a lap. So it's going to be interesting to see how much farther forward Cole can get that Bar X Yamaha.
Yes, indeed, guys. It is Moto number 1. 2-moto format is how we will score it today as we get ready to award $10,000. Can you believe that? That'll go out in the 250s and the 450s, and as Mark said, pays all the way back to 20th place. 20th place today, taking home $400. Second place will get $5,000. Third place, $3,000. Fourth place, $2,500. So you're talking big money all the way down, and that all adds up to the $70,000 that will be paid out today, on top of the bonus on Thursday, meaning $100,000 pumped into the sport. How special it is.
And then I believe that ASV Levers has a whole shot award as well.
Yes, $400.
Yeah, so add another $400 to that if you can. I know Colt Nicholls was able to get 3 whole shots in 2 races, and if you're wondering how he did that, it was one race had to be red flagged for a rider that went down, but Bob from ASV decided, hey, you know what? You got the whole shot. We're going to pay you for it anyway. So the last rider in this moto in the money position of 20th place is Devin Ruth on his Triumph, I believe. He is number 2. Devin Ruth on the Thor Primo Racing Concepts, Dunlop, Mica, MXE Coaching, Arc Levers, and Spectre Oils on that on his Triumph. He's the last one that is in a money-paying position as of right now.
Huge gap here as we take a look at the 89 right now. That's Trevor Call-Up. He's one of the individuals from the Ty Lube Honda team. He was running 4th this year in Supercross in Foxborough, finished 14th overall. He's the leader out there on that team, comes from an off-road background, switched to motocross, and he loves the mud. He loves racing in the mud. That's why he ran so well at Foxborough. He's got some of his Ty Loop Honda teammates behind him, and it was great to talk to those guys. Those guys rolled in here early. They were in here like they came straight from Salt Lake City, Utah, the Supercross finale. They were prepping motorcycles. We're taking a look now at the 82. That is Ryder Floyd. He comes out of Dallas, Texas, 25 years old. Had a lot of tough luck this year in Supercross. Suffered a lot of crashes. This is his second year with the team, but he is looking for a big performance here.
Well, and we got to give a call out. Brian Medeiros, the resident motocross action test rider from Hawaii. He raced on Thursday, and I believe today he's going to race both the 250 and 450 pro class, but he has worked his way into 19th place, so he's in the money right now. So shout out there to the motocross action test rider Brian Medeiros for getting in the money so far, and we'll see how far he can move up.
So cool as these Honda teammates continue to duke it out. You know what I love about the 82 that you see out there too? He is his own mechanic here this weekend. I watched him. He took every nut and bolt out of that motorcycle on Tuesday, prepped the bike. It's not as luxurious as a life as some people think. Not everybody has that big factory money, but I love it. Right now, he's putting some serious heat on his teammate.
Well, and that's the good part about this, putting up this money. I think we gave him the announcer's curse right there that he kind of dropped back. But that's the cool part about this and about Bud and about the outlook on this particular class right now. There's a lot of privateers in this class. There's a lot of people that are in need of that money, and Bud's making that available to him. I know that right there is Kai Aiello, and then that I believe is Mason. I think he's making a charge, and the last half of this moto will be Mason's moto because he's used to running hour-and-a-half, 2-hour races, sometimes 3 hours. So we know Robbie Bell has him in shape, and you're going to see a big push from Mason later on in this moto. And now being in the last half of this moto, he's going to get that RPM, KTM revving out.
Yeah, conditioning not a problem for any of these guys. As we are more than halfway gone, back half of this race, there is the aforementioned Kai Aiello. Another great story. You talk about who's his mechanic. His mom is his mechanic. Jen out there who does such a wonderful job. Great mother-son relationship. And Kai has made every single night show at every Supercross that he's entered. So look for him to continue climbing up the ranks. Definitely one of the big players out there in AMA and GPC.
Yeah, great family program right there. We lost Kai's dad a couple years ago, Rocky, and they're keeping that hope alive for Kai to make a living racing professionally, and Rocky was a big part of Kai's thing. The crew at KTM still keeps his spirit alive with a road bike ride every year. I forget the name of what they do, but it's definitely keeping Rocky's competitive spirit alive, that's for sure.
Oh, somebody put some heat on Kai here, and getting around
Mason.
Too. That is Mason Simmons. These two very familiar with each other. They battle week in, week out at the NGPC series, some of the 90-minute action that Mark was talking about earlier on. Now, what I'm really noticing here this morning is there are multiple lines at Glen Helen, inside, outside, nobody really following. And as we talked about, you can't follow unless you want to get pelted with roost. We'll see if Kai can answer back. And Mason looks back.
It looks like Mason is running a full off-road setup. He's got a big tank on that motorcycle. He's got the IMS oversized tank with the quick dump on it, just in case he needs to stop for some gas. But that might be his off-road race bike, maybe even his off-road practice bike. So running a full off-road setup. We'll have to look at Kai's bike and see if he has a big tank on his bike as well.
Yeah, some of these guys still competing for championship points in other series. Some using this as practice. It's kind of like a paid practice for so many. But let's just say the intensity is going to be ratcheted up about 10 notches when 10 grand is on the line. Big money at stake all the way down to 20th place. Each and every one of these positions is a different amount of money, which I think is so cool. So if we do happen to show you a battle, an ancillary battle for 11th, 12th, 13th, each one of these spots represents money. As somebody just cased that big jump hard.
Yeah, that looks like that was Timmerman. So Timmerman, I believe, is running. I think he went down. He's running back about 15th. and that was Dustin Davis right in front of him. So Dustin Davis holding his own with some of these top pros that are here today in the future side of that. But back up front, it is still in first. It's the Bar-X Yamaha of Dylan Schwartz, followed by his teammate Parker Ross. Landon Gordon is in third on that Team Green Kawasaki. And then another Bar-X Yamaha, Cole Timbo in fourth. And Landon's brother, Revan Gordon, on his Team Green Kawasaki, running in the top 5.
We've got about 8 minutes to go till we throw the white flag. Here come your leaders, Yamaha. How appropriate, one of the big track sponsors here at Glen Helen Raceway. You see the big Yamaha signage. Boy, what a 2025 it has been for Yamaha so far. Cooper Webb, Hayden Deegan in Supercross, 1-2 here today. We're not too far from Yamaha American headquarters. I got to believe they are just ecstatic over there with the Blue Crew.
Well, and they got to be happy with this Bar-X Yamaha team. They're showing that it's just not at the top. It's not the Hayden Deegans and the Cooper Webbs of the world, but it's the Dylan Schwartz and the Parker Ross and the Cole Timbo and the support program that they have running through Bar-X Yamaha. I believe that the Bar-X team engines are done by our buddy Jamie at Twisted Development, and then they run FMF exhaust to get all that power out. So definitely got to be happy with that. And then I know that Landon and Revan, the Gordons, are part of the training facility down here.
Look at this, almost 3 wide.
Called the Grindstone program, and I know that they're out at all the races and doing that stuff. I know that if they're not currently part of it, they were part of it. So that's our futures rider, Dustin Davis and Timmerman going at it.
Wow, what a 1-2-3 battle here between these two Kawasaki's and these Hondas. Look at this bar-to-bar up over the big jump. Wow. The great racing that we're witnessing here to open up Motofest. And guys, this is just the beginning. Hope you're loving this live coverage. Let us know down below in the comments. Big thanks goes out to Motocross Action Magazine for airing this. We're going to have coverage all throughout the day. This is just the start, Mark Tilley. We've got 2 motos into the 250s. We'll get our first look at the 450s here in just a little bit. We'll see what pros have shown up. We think Colt Nicholls is here to defend his Thursday title. Think about this. Colt Nicholls could walk out of here with more than $20,000. That's a pretty good weekend of practice.
Exactly. He's already got over 10 in his pocket now, and I saw it. That was cash money. So there's nothing better than somebody handing you a $10,000 envelope full of cash for an hour's worth of work. So
I agree wholeheartedly. And again, these racers train so hard. And again, what I want to drive home, we have such a disparity, a wide disparity in our sport where, top guys, they can become millionaires pretty quickly. And then you look at a guy maybe running 15th, 16th out there working out of a van, spending his own money to put gas in the tank. They are trying to climb their way to the top.
Making $100 a week.
Making $100 a week.
And being happy about it.
Following their dream.
It's, kids, just like Cooper Webb said on the podium, I believe he said, kids, don't give up on your dreams. So these are dreamers right here. These are people that are living their dreams out, and if nothing else, you might not make $1 million, but you're going to have some really good stories to tell the kids and the grandkids, that's for sure.
Well, that's why I think it's so admirable what Bud Feldkamp and everybody here at Glen Helen is doing, because this is putting money right back into the sport. No question about it. When you give 20th place $400, I'm pretty sure that money's going right back into the team, right back into the bike. Maybe dinner that night, maybe they'll splurge a little bit, but it is. You wonder, where does this money go? It's coming right back into the sport.
Well, and we just had a Nick Way sighting. Nick Way was giving Vincent, you saw him off to the left-hand side right there. Nick Way, a hands-on type dad, was out there giving Vincent the pit board, saying, you're doing great, you're winning your class, holding your own.
We're going to have to talk with him. That is just giving me flashbacks. One time, teammate of Ricky Carmichael, I believe. Wasn't he on Mitch Payton's Pro Circuit team for a long time?
He was on the Pro Circuit team, the Yamaha Troy team. Nick had a really he
was fast.
Yeah, man. Really good career on, and a two-stroke. More came up in the two-stroke era. Back then, I remember Nick passing me a lot and coming around and lapping me and all that kind of stuff when he was on the Pro Circuit team. And I always wanted one of those motorcycles because him and Carmichael and Pingree and all those guys would just go back by me like I was going backwards. Partly because they're a lot more talented than I am, but still, that motorcycle is it was and still is fast.
Yeah, when you talk about what goes into these factory bikes, we could talk for hours, but the R&D, the research, the components, dialing in each bike to every rider's preference, I think that is such a science in and of itself, where you talk about some of the different intricacies that some of the top riders over the years have liked. I know that Bubba always liked a special type of seat. Carmichael liked his bike, as he would call it, choppered out.
Well, and that's a cool part about being with the magazine, with Dirt Bike Magazine. I'm lucky enough to work with Ron Lawson and Gene Turner over there at Dirt Bike Magazine and be the managing editor and a test rider and photo model and all that stuff. And when you get to ride a legitimate factory motorcycle, it's amazing how personalized those bikes are to those riders. And 9 times out of 10, you don't like them. Like they're so personalized that it's hard for somebody else to ride a motorcycle that's custom built for a certain person. So it's an interesting thing, and I'm blessed to be able to be part of the crew at Dirt Bike Magazine. And but you're watching this on Motocross Action. It's our sister publication to Dirt Bike Magazine. You're watching this on the Motocross Action YouTube channel, and we got a lot more coming. So make sure Motocross Action always does a bunch of videos. There's multiple videos coming out a week, so make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can stay up to date on all this stuff. If you want to watch the 2 live feeds from the Stopwatch National, that's on this YouTube channel that you're watching as of right now as well.
And just moments ago, you are taking a look at some of these Honda teammates flying around there. There's Mason Simmons, the number 1 from NGPC, and it looks like the 89 Trevor Collup going to get around him. As we said, the 21-year-old rising star. Watch out for this Ty Lube Honda team in motocross. They're ready to go after it next week in Paula. They're going to run the entire series. They've got great backing from Texas, great backing from the lubrication company, and we'll see what they can do. Trevor Collup, I've heard a lot of things about him. Listen, when you get 11th overall in Supercross, you're clearly talented, and right now he's going to war with Mason Simmons.
Yeah, Mason was back in 20th, 15th place at the start of this moto, and then he's worked his way all the way up to 7th place. So they have about 1 minute and 22 seconds left. So we're probably going to be seeing the white flag here really soon. So I think Mason's going to be happy with the 7th place from where he started. Kai Aiello on his Husky is back there in about 9th. I believe that Ty Lube rider you were speaking about is in between those guys. So, but still, running up front is the Bar X Yamaha of Dylan Schwartz, followed by his teammate Parker Ross, Landon Gordon in 3rd, Cole Timbo in 4th on another Bar X Yamaha, and then Revin Gordon rounding out the top 5.
That's right. And the other Ty Lube Yamaha teammate currently running 13th, that is Patrick Murphy. It's his rookie year. He was injured at Daytona, but he is another one that has a whole lot of pedigree, and they have said, watch out, this kid is very, very fast. Whole lot of talent out there as we watch Kai Aiello fly around. Wonder what Kai's future plans are. We're going to have to get with him and see how many rounds of motocross that he plans to run this year.
It's pretty interesting. We have
number plate coming off.
Part of Timmerman's bike coming apart right there, but probably those Kawasaki seat bolts vibrate out, and that's exactly what happened there. That's a seat bolt that is vibrated out. I feel for the mechanics because I know I'm my own mechanic, and I have that seat bolt come out all the time, especially on the pipe side for some reason. I'm not really sure why. But so yeah, we're winding down, but it is interesting to see a lot of the off-road riders that we're used to covering in the NGPC off-road series and work series. Is a lot of those guys are racing the first couple of nationals.
And here comes the white flag, our lovely lady. I didn't know if it was her or not because you can only see just a little bit of the pink hair coming out over the hoodie as we've got 1 to go. And Dylan Schwartz continues to lead his teammate, the newly Yamaha-mounted rider, Parker Ross. Landon Gordon behind him, Cole Timbo Revin Gordon, Ryder Floyd, Mason Simmons up into 7th, Trevor Colliff 8th, Enzo Temmerman 9th, Kai Aiello rounding out your top 10. And as for our local NGPC boys, it's got to make them feel pretty good that they're running with bona fide pros that have done well in Supercross this year.
Well, and we just gave you the top 10, but our final guy still in the money is Devin Ruth on his Triumph in 20th place, making sure he gets that money. And then it looks like, unfortunately, Brian Medeiros, the MXA test rider, is one out of the money as of right now. So we'll see if Brian can make some moves on the last lap and get into the top 20.
Trevor Hunter hanging tough. He needs about 4 more positions to go to get in the money, running 24th right now. There is talent all over this racetrack as we go up and down the incredible elevation here, 22 stories high. And I'm telling you guys, I had an opportunity to walk that track yesterday. You can just slide the whole way down that hill. It is that steep, and these guys are roosting all the way down as we are in our final stages. Final stages. Can Dylan Schwartz hang on? The 44 is looking fast, is looking smooth. He's got a comfortable lead over Parker Ross. It is the opening race of Motofest. Hope you guys are enjoying each and every minute of it. We got some great things to get to all throughout this broadcast. As Mark Tilley told you to, the entire Stopwatch National also available on the MXA YouTube channel. Check that out from Thursday. We did a little bonus coverage on the Racing Jack YouTube channel that you can check out, and we'll certainly be talking to this man, the 44 of Dylan Schwartz out of Alpine, California, Bar X Yamaha, doing a great job. He is 1 turn and 2 jumps away from taking the checkered flag. Say hello to your winner, Moto number 1 here in Motofest. Dylan Schwartz takes it home. Let's see if his teammate Parker Ross, who drifted back a little bit, I hope he didn't go down. These two were battling. Parker, there's Parker Ross. So welcome to Yamaha, Parker Ross. He comes home with a 2nd. I believe Landon Gordon, the Kawasaki rider, will come home in 3rd. There's already our own Mark Tilley. He's already down there to talk to Dylan. We'll hear from him in mere moments, so stay with us. Now, as you can tell by that sweatshirt, 52 degrees, cool and comfortable. Great motocross weather here this morning, as it looks like, I think that was Ryder Floyd who just came in. And here comes the 18 across the line. That is Landon Gordon. Fist pump for him. He's plenty happy on that Kawasaki. And remember, one of the reasons why these racers are so happy, as we told you guys, big money being paid out in all these different positions. So $10,000 will be our number 1 prize, and we'll sort it all out. We'll let you know about the top positions and who's taking home the big money when we return. Stay with us. We've got our podium coming up from Motofest. We'll be right back.
Excited to go to the track? Yeah.
For generations, the passion for riding has been handed down by those we look up to. Riding isn't just a hobby, it's a journey. Start your journey by entering the 2025 Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Motosport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to give away a YZ450F. So what are you waiting for? Your journey begins by entering at motosport.com/win.
This live stream is being brought to you by Troy Lee Designs, the official helmet and gear of the Stopwatch Nationals. Welcome back, everybody, to Motofest as they continue to finish our opening race of the day, 250 Moto number 1, racing to a conclusion. Our podium has already been set, and in mere moments, we're going to hear from our podium finishers. Remember, combined scoring, that's how it works. Traditional motocross, it'll be Moto 1 combined with Moto 2. That'll determine the overall, and that determines our big payouts here today. The winner to take home $10,000. We already saw Colt Nicholls take home big money on Thursday. We'll be paying it out twice today, 250s and 450s. As let's give you a look at the results. Dylan Schwartz out of Alpine, California, great ride for him on his Bar X Yamaha. Holds off his teammate, just switched over to Yamaha. Great job for Parker Ross, who comes home with the second. Kawasaki's Landon Gordon coming home in third, followed by Cole Timbo, Revin Gordon, Ryder Floyd, Mason Simmons, Trevor Collup, Enzo Temmerman, and Kai Aiello rounding out your top 10. Mark Tilley has our podium finishers. Let's send it down to Mark.
Okay, Jack, we ran down here to the podium for the first 250 Pro Moto. We have Dylan Schwartz, who came off the track in first place. Now, Dylan, we were talking to you, and you've been hurt, so you haven't been able to race your Bar X Yamaha, so you're coming out here for some gate drops. You were out here on Thursday. You won a little bit of money, so did the money bring you back, or did the gate drops bring you back?
Well, I signed up for both ahead of time, so the plan was always to race both. Wasn't too happy with the result on Thursday, so came back Saturday to try to get some revenge on these guys.
And where did you finish on Thursday?
5th.
So 5th overall against some 450s. Hey, that's nothing to be mad about right there. So one moto down, got the top position for that $10,000 at the end of the day. What's it going to take to win that second moto?
Just get a good start and get ahead of these guys, and just get for me, a comfortable lead, and then I can just ride my own race from there. It's kind of what I tried to do there. Didn't get the best start. Had to pass a few guys, but got that lead opened up, and then just rode a comfortable race.
All right, well, who would you like to thank you for getting you here?
The whole Toyota Redlands Bar X team. They go above and beyond for me. They've been riding with me through all the injuries and through all the good results and everything. All the highs and lows, they've been there. My parents, my girlfriend, everyone that supports me. I can't thank these guys enough.
All right, well, congratulations on that first place finish in Moto 1, and we look forward to seeing you back in Moto number 2. So back to you, Jack.
Go ahead. Thanks so much, Mark, and congratulations. Yes, the stage is set for what will be a thrilling Moto number 2. Guys, as I said before, all of the great sponsors that you see making this event possible, we thank them so much. Let's find out a little bit more about another one of our great supporters, and that is Motobilia.
Motofest is happening, and Rick from Motobilia is another member who is passionate about Glen Helen, passionate about the sport of motocross, and also passionate about this race. Rick and I were both involved, meeting with Troy Lee, meeting with Bud Feldkamp, trying to get this race up and on its feet, and we're both passionate about it. And Rick, just tell us a little bit about Motobilia, what you got going on this weekend, and what you got going on with Motobilia in general.
Well, Motobilia is a marketplace and magazine content website that we sell primarily high-end motorcycles, new, old, street, dirt, whatever it is, it's on there, and a lot of magazine content. We have David Dewhurst was formerly with Cycle World magazine, so he's helping us out with that. And I would suggest everybody just check it out. It's a pretty cool site.
Awesome. And so Motobilia is one of the sponsors for the Motofest this year, for the first annual Motofest. But you also got some extra stuff going on this week. Can you explain what you got going on at the event?
Yeah, I also run American Retrocross. We have a series that runs exclusively here at Glen Helen, has for the last 30 years. Nice. And we're racing on the Arroyo track, which got renamed finally. Because that's where they ran the first outdoor 125 national.
Yep. And so you're doing the Motofest here. You're doing racing on the Arroyo track, and then are we doing any kind of bike show as well?
Yeah, we got bike show, swap meet, bikes for sale. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. But, I was at the inaugural Day in the Dirt, and this has the same vibe, and it's going to stand on the shoulders of what those guys did. Yeah. And this event 5 years out is going to be sold out.
That's awesome.
Awesome. It's terrific to be involved on the ground floor.
Awesome. So this is really the first annual Motofest. Excited. I'm passionate about Glen Helen. You're passionate about Glen Helen. We're both passionate about motocross. We're thankful to Bud Feldkamp and Glen Helen for putting on this event, and it's going to be a good time. Any final words?
No, I mean, I've been racing here since before you were born, and you'll probably be racing here long after I'm gone. But Glen Helen is, Glen Helen's really like the Saddleback of this era. Yep. It's a very special place, and we're very fortunate to be able to race here. So this event is just like Glen Helen, really special.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, time to go get my gear on. Probably time for you to get some gear on as well, and we'll see you guys on the track.
Well, but that's the thing, is he was down.
Thank you very much, Josh, and thanks to Motobilia. We appreciate it oh so much as we look at Old Glory flying proudly high above Glen Helen Raceway. And I agree, very torturous, punishing racetrack, but one with so much history and a mystique. And it is so special. This event is so special that you got to believe sky is the limit here moving forward for what is a really unique event.
Yeah, and I think that they have so many things that they can do here that, like they were just talking about. You got vintage racing, you got pro racing, you got amateur racing, you got bike shows, you got bike swap meets, we were down there in the break in between some of the motos and walking around, eating a smash burger, hanging out. There's amazing food vendors here. There's taco guys down there. There's, like we said, the Smash Burger, Amy at Smash Burger, and then there's barbecue places, and then you got the vendors. I mean, there's multiple companies down here, multiple local dealerships. There's big-time industry companies. You got Troy Lee down there with the full-on factory setup with we got to go check out the brand new Ducati down there. So there is so much stuff that I do believe, just like those guys, it's going to be a huge event in years to come.
Yes, indeed. We hope you're loving it out there live on the Motocross Action YouTube channel. So many of you watching. Thank you for joining us here today. We're having a blast as you see Glen Helen's Chad Tucker down there making sure this gate is ready to go because we're just moments away from 250 Moto 2. We also want to say thank you to all of the great sponsors who have made this happen. And guess what? Everybody watching this right now, we've got an opportunity for you to save $100 off of a SIDI X Power C SC boots. Normally $399.99, but right now if you take your phone out, scan that QR code, you will get $100 off. So big thanks to our friends at SIDI. We really, really appreciate it. That is big, big savings. Also, our friends at motosport.com, use this QR code. Enter your email. You'll receive a code that will give you $20 off a $100 spend or more, plus free shipping at motosport.com. That is huge. I imagine all across the world right now, smartphones are being held up next to their screens, taking pictures. Why wouldn't you want to save $20 from Motosport?
Exactly. I would definitely want to get in on both of those things if you're in the need for boots. And then Motorsports has just about anything that you could possibly want. Right now we're looking at the second moto being ready to go off and the 250 Pros being led into the gate. We also have a couple futures riders in there. That's the guys in the vests are the MXA crew down there covering this event for you, and we're watching this on their YouTube channel. So don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel so that you can stay updated with everything that's happening.
Let's give you a look at our Motobilia starting lineup here. And the question is, can Dylan Schwartz do it again? A commanding performance in Moto number 1, the 44 out of Alpine, California. Trying to go 1-1 on the day and score the $10,000 bonus. But, boy, he's got some tough racers behind him. Parker Ross, who just switched over to Yamaha, looking to go 2-1 on the day. That's, you know what they say about that first moto. 2's as good as a 1. He still controls his own destiny. And also, don't forget about the Kawasaki of Landon Gordon. He's got an opportunity as well. And looking at the rest of this field all the way back with people like Kai Aiello and Colton Eck, it is just absolutely packed. Trevor Hunter out there, good to see him. He was hanging tough. there's a lot of talent here ready for Moto number 2.
Well, yeah, and with the 2-moto format, it's the best of the 2 motos. So, like you said, Parker Ross, second is as good as a first. He gets that win in the second moto, and he takes home the money. And not only is it the normal payout of, the top 5, top 3, it's going to be the top 20 overall get paid. And I believe, like you were saying before, Jack, the 20th place overall is like $400.
It's just tremendous payout.
It's definitely a interesting way of doing it. When we talked to Bud earlier today, you were saying that it was great. He wasn't sweating that much, and
I would be.
He's got $100,000 out in this whole deal, and I mean, who's going to reach into their pocket and give these pros $100,000 payout? Colt Nicholls, you were saying that if he does it over this whole span of the weekend, he could walk away with over $20,000.
Yeah, you add in the ASV whole shots, we're talking over $21,000. Here's my question to you, and we'll have to find this out. If he does walk away with that, does the mechanic get a little bonus?
Usually they have it built into where the mechanic gets a percentage of the purse money made. So, I mean, maybe that's why his mechanic was so happy when he was down on the line. So it's usually, like a 5 or 10% of what they make. So it makes it to where the mechanic doesn't have to not get paid on the weekend off, and get some gate drops, have some fun, make some money. It's you definitely can't complain about any of that.
And I see a lot of individuals from that very popular Yamaha Bar X team down there. Look, they're waving to us. They're happy. They're pumped. They'll get the pro motocross season started a week from now. Paula Raceway, Fox Raceway, Temecula, California. But this weekend it is all about Motofest. If you build it, they will come. Look at the pit area, a quasi-pro national. And when we get to this event next year, I'd like to challenge all those teams out there. I'd like to see about 6 or 7 semis. And even if you can't get the factory rigs, boy, there's a lot of privateers out there. I know the McGinley Clinic and some of these other teams. What we know, a lot of times racers will sit back and see how an event goes for year one. And then they'll realize, oh, man, why didn't we go to that?
Yeah, I could have made some money.
I could have made some serious money. They're out there practicing anyway. So big shout out to right now you're taking a look at the Rock River Gizmo Mods Yamaha team. That's where Grant Harlan is out of. That Tie Loop Honda team as well. They've been here all week prepping the bikes, getting ready to go as we get closer and closer to dropping the gate. And there is the 302 of Parker Ross. Looks like he's going to go all the way to one side. Is there a favorable position here? Where do you like to start, Mark?
You know what? I like to be about where Landon Gordon is on the number 18 when I come here. Some people like to sweep around the outside. I don't start off the gate very often here. Usually we're doing the off-road events, but I still prefer to be on the inside when we're starting off the gate. And unlike Thursday, these guys are starting off of the dirt. They're next weekend they'll be off grates, kind of like they let them bring their grates on Thursday for the Stopwatch Nationals. But they're starting on the dirt, so those guys picking their gates that have to do with the rut in front of the gate and the rut behind the gate. So, and again, we've seen a lot of racing on this, and this drone footage kind of shows you exactly how it is to go down the Glen Helen start straight and all the kind of sandy area going in there. But this is what it looks like going into Talladega. Maybe a little bit more blurred because you're going maybe a little bit faster, but this is probably the slowest that our drones will go all weekend long. But that's a huge bank. Like, you kind of come out of that and you chop the throttle coming out of that or going into that turn anywhere, and you immediately fall to the bottom. So you got to keep your momentum up. And then right here, how they have the track set up, they go over that little tabletop and then kind of come into this that would essentially be the second turn. But lots of passing opportunities coming down in through this area in the first few turns of Glen Helen and the layout that they're running right now.
It's one of the coolest starts in all of motocross, certainly one of the most imposing as we take a look at the blue crew lined up to the right of your smartphone or TV screen. That is the aforementioned Parker Ross, and right next to him, the big winner, Dylan Schwartz. Can he do it again on the 4-4 and go back-to-back? If he does, he will leave here $10,000 richer. So much riding talent ready to go, and they know the start is oh so important. Interesting, too, Dylan Schwartz did not get the whole shot in Moto number 1, and he talked about just how important that is. It looks like now we're set for a parade lap, sight lap. What goes through a racer's mind during this sight lap? What are you looking for? Are you trying anything new?
You know, you're looking for anything out of the ordinary. A lot of these guys, the last time these guys saw this track, it was definitely smoother. So there's been a little bit of time on this, and and you could see if you go back to the first moto that was done on these bikes, and then now this is the second moto. So you're really looking for anything that's going to hurt you, like any major rut that has a hook in it, coming up over the top of Mount St. Helens right there. Like that inside has a really big hook in it. The outside, we'll see most of those pros hitting the outside and kind of flowing around, and they'll hit that outside burn that you were talking about earlier. But you're just looking to see what's out there and what is, if there's anything, maybe you might have a line that's far to the left or to the right that other guys don't see. And if you're in a passing opportunity, and especially on the first couple laps, if you bonsai down one side and that guy has to hit some braking bumps, then you can make up some time. But that's what I would look for when I'm going on a parade lap or a sight lap. Kickers off of jumps, making sure that there isn't anything that you don't want to end up on the ground on the first lap. That's for sure. And then how Glen Helen develops in some of these areas, you'll see lots of ruts. I know that big step up and over on the tunnel jump has ruts just about every line. So you're kind of picking out which rut you want and what you want. You don't want to do like you can see on that hip jump right there that looks like there's a kicker on the top. And those guys are going a little bit lower. So just kind of looking out for what you can hit and what you want to stay away from.
Great shot there by our team at L&N Media Services as well. Giving you an idea of how rough it is, because everybody needs to walk this track. I love just tremendous photography, the drone shots by Propulsion Pro Media. They've done a great job, but I just want to drive home again. It does not show or display how rough and grueling this place is. And in fact, I'd love to talk to maybe Tia, Lori, maybe they know just how high Talladega Turn is. That's more like a hill climb than a bank. That is crazy yesterday when I saw that.
Yeah, no, it's I highly recommend, especially as an amateur, I highly recommend when you go to a big race like this, walk the track at the end of the day and see and talk about those lines. And that's where when you see just exactly how good these guys are. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And the nice part about this and the Motofest event is it's not only pros. The pros, are what we would say the main event, but it's not only pros. There's racing for just about every size motorcycle and just about every classification of rider, from beginner all the way up to what we're seeing right now and the pro class.
And you see what that sign so accurately says: the fastest, roughest, longest, toughest, gnarliest, ruddiest, burliest, dustiest, and just plain baddest tracks in all of the land. Glen Helen Raceway. Gotta love it. They are so committed to the sport here. They absolutely love it. The home of a pro national for many, many years. You never know who's going to show up here. Mark, I want to thank you that days ago we filmed a practice on Racing Jack YouTube where we spotted Marvin Muskin out there. We spotted Brock Tickle out there. Enzo really threw us for a curve because he's running the 21. Somebody said, oh, Jason Anderson's here. And then we thought Jason wasn't here. But it turns out Jason actually was here earlier in the day practicing on his 21. And Enzo raced the 21. As we set them once again, we'll see who gets this whole shot. A beautiful day for racing. Look at the jackets, too. Some of you are like, what's going on? California in late May, mid-May. You never know what's going to happen in the mountains of California. Kind of an ominous day in the background, too. Normally, you guys get zero precipitation, zero rain after February, but we did get a little track watering from the good Lord above earlier today, and conditions here are just primo.
Yeah, you couldn't really ask for better riding conditions. I mean, it's not too hot. It's got a little bit of a wind factor to it, but nothing really bad. I mean, it's definitely Mother Nature is smiling down on us. That's for sure. So, and we're looking to go 30 minutes plus a lap and see if the man Dylan Schwartz, after being off the entire Supercross season, coming out here just to get some gate drops, and he said the money might have motivated him a little bit, but we'll see if he can make it 2 in a row.
I noticed, too, I was watching that parade lap. Landon Gordon was out there in front of everybody. Was he making a statement? Was he showing everybody he's poised and focused to take home the big money here today? As we get closer and closer, 30-second card is up. It is time to go racing. Moto number 2 from Glen Helen's Motofest, presented to you by Troy Lee Designs. Time to go racing and drop that gate. Gates down. Here we go into Talladega turn. Who will get the whole shot? Keep an eye on those Yamahas. Right side of your screen. Landon in there as well. Is it Dylan Schwartz?
That's Parker.
The ASV flags right there is your whole shot award. And ladies and gentlemen, Parker Ross on a 302 Yamaha must have heard us talking about him. He gets the whole shot. That's $400 from ASV, but followed closely by Landon Gordon.
And then right behind him was one of the future riders that we have, the amateur riders. We have 3 of them in this event. That was Vincent Way on his Team Green Pro Circuit backed motorcycle, but he was one of those guys that it's him, Dustin Davis, and I believe one other rider,
Seth Nemec.
And they're just kind of getting their feet wet. So with stages set, the guys in third, or the top 3 guys are your top 3 finishers from Moto number 1, just in a slightly different order. With Parker Ross out front and Landon Gordon in second. And it looks like...
Oh, we got ourselves a battle here on lap 1.
Dylan making that pass, moving forward. You definitely know that he doesn't want Parker Ross to get any kind of distance between him and second place. So he's going to makes that move early, and now he's headed out to see if he can catch him.
Right now, your leader, Parker Ross. He knows if he can make this stick, he will win $10,000. What a motivating factor for the man who made his first professional start last year at Unadilla. He's already carving out a huge name for himself.
Oh! Landon Gordon went down. He washed the front end. You saw that in on the right-hand side of the screen. So that puts Vincent Way in third overall, not part of the Pro Moto. They're going to be scored a little bit different, and that's Enzo Timmerman on his Team Green Pro Circuit Kawasaki, moving into third in the Pro class.
And remember, guys, you can go to the Glen Helen website, pull up the live timing and scoring. It's a great companion for this race broadcast. It will give you the entire running order as we see him, as we continue to wait to get data. But we can tell you right now, Parker Ross, newly mounted on a Yamaha, coming over from that SLR Honda team, is your leader. But there is the man, the big 4-4, who was able to get the win in Moto number 1. And there is the 27 of Vincent Way. Get this kid up into the Pro class. You don't need a separate class for him. He's making a huge statement. Now, explain to me, too, the reasoning that some of them didn't want to become pros just yet. Well, because once you become pro, you can't go back.
Yeah,
right?
You can't go back down. And they lose their AMA eligibility, I believe. So once you go pro, he wouldn't be able to go to Loretta Lynn's or any amateur national, AMA-sanctioned amateur national as a amateur anymore. And he's done some of the futures this year. I think we've seen him in 1 or 2 of those. And he's still learning. I mean, he's definitely to make that jump to the pro class is a huge jump. And like you said, once you make it, you can't unmake it.
Look at that suspension, rebounding, coming down the hill. I bet I know who he wishes was here, and that's our good buddy Bones from Pro Circuit Kawasaki. He'd get him all dialed in.
Well, Bones likes to say that he's retired. And
yeah.
He doesn't do that anymore. Naturally, we see him a lot on the off-road side. The man that has taken it over is Luke down there at Pro Circuit, and we see Luke out at all the local tracks all the time. I mean, he's following up an icon and a legend in the sport, but Luke is definitely taking it to another level. So shout out to him because he's the one doing all the work on these motorcycles and getting those Pro Circuit Kawasaki's to where they're working great.
5 minutes into 250 Pro Moto number 2. Jack Rapella, Mark Tilley here with you. Stay with us all day. We got the 450s coming up. We've got $70,000 to be paid out to these great racers. And right now, Parker Ross is thinking about leaving here $10,000 richer. Here is the aforementioned Nick Way holding off another one of his Kawasaki teammates, the 21, coming in hot behind him. That is Enzo Temmerman. I'm sure these guys have been able to practice a lot together, and right now they've got the Team Green convoy headed towards these seemingly unstoppable Yamahas. Oh my goodness.
Huge pass for the
And look at this, off the
lead.
track. Off the track is Parker Ross.
And that is Dylan Schwartz. Dylan Schwartz made that aggressive pass for the lead. So now we're going to see, is that going to light a fire underneath Parker Ross's rear end, or is Dylan Schwartz just going to be able to walk away with this? But man, that was an aggressive pass, especially on a teammate. Like he wanted to make this happen. He didn't want Parker to have any kind of making sure that he had any kind of confidence going into that. So,
well, what did that remind you of a couple weeks ago on Supercross, right? It must be some of these Yamaha teammates.
You know what?
And they must just sit down and have team meetings saying, hey, I love you, you're my teammate, we're racing to the death out there.
Yeah, but when it comes down to it, just because the graphics are the same on our motorcycle doesn't mean I'm not going to go for it. So, especially with this type of money up. I mean, with Bud putting up $10,000 for the overall winner in this class today and paying all the way back to 20th place, this is an amazing event that Bud has come up with, and a testament to him and his love for the sport.
Cole Timbo, now the 43 out of California on the Yamaha, finished fourth in Moto number 1, trying to get into big money here today. We'll see what he can do as they continue to stretch out a little bit on this very rough and heavily modified racetrack since the last time we saw it at the Two-Stroke World Championships. Triple's back, bunch of rollers are back, has got that big pro-national feel. Remember, they ran a pro-national here for so many years. Legends of the sport like Jeremy McGrath, Ricky Carmichael, Bubba, they've all won here at Glen Helen. This track is near and dear to so many.
Yeah, so now it's going to be really interesting. And it looked like on the last lap, Dylan Schwartz put down a 2:13 to Parker Ross's 2:16. 3 seconds faster. That's he's definitely making a little bit of a statement out there and trying to get out and make it to where it's boring. Because when you're out front, you want it to be boring for the rest of the people watching.
Well, going inside the mind of a racer, too, the last thing you want to do with this much money being paid out is to get a little careless, make that big mistake that would cause you to DNF. That would be disastrous. Nobody wants a bike failure. Nobody wants to end up on the ground, even though you are racing for big money position-wise. I mean, could you imagine battling for the lead and then all of a sudden bike shuts off, you go off one of these turns, and now you go from $5,000 to nothing? That would be devastating.
Exactly. Well, I'm pretty impressed with, this drone shot is great. We get to see the uphills and the downhills, but pretty impressed with Vincent Way right here. He's running physically, I believe, 4th overall, and right in front of Team Green Pro Circuit Kawasaki teammate Enzo Timmerman. Now, it's really interesting. We saw Timmerman earlier in the week on a 450, and he was a little bit easier. Didn't have to work as hard for him, but now we see him. Enzo's not a small guy. He's like 6'1", 6'2", it seems like. And then he's going against Vincent Way, who is, a lot shorter than him. So he's got to work that Kawasaki a little bit more, that 250F a little bit more than what Vincent does. But both riders doing a great job staying within the top 5.
As again, we'll give you that running order. Dylan Schwartz, Parker Ross, Enzo Temmerman, Cole Timbo, rounding out your top 4. Raven Gordon in there as well. Landon Gordon, Wyatt Matson, Devin Ruth, Nathan Abbott, and Ryder Floyd running top 10. Looks like Ryder Floyd, the leader of the Lube Honda team that we've been talking about, the 25-year-old out of Dallas, Texas, who is certainly looking to put a tough season of injuries behind him on the Supercross circuit. Right now, taking a look at the 18 as well. Landon Gordon flying on that Kawasaki, doing a great job. But I think it's pretty clear that Vincent Way is somebody we need to keep an eye on moving forward. I think he's going to be a big star in Super Motocross. Pretty clear. He's got the speed. He's got a father who got it done for many years. And he is right there with his Kawasaki team.
And the guy we're looking at right now, Landon Gordon, was in Vincent Way's kind of shoes not very long ago. He was kind of coming out of the amateur ranks and not really going into the pro ranks yet. I think he did do some futures, and I believe he won a couple of them as well. So that's if you're wondering why Vincent isn't in the overall standings on the pro classes, that is why. He is racing and being scored in a separate class, kind of a future S class, but just so that they can get the riding time. And he's joined by Dustin Davis on the Zip Tie Racing Gas, and Seth Nemec on another Gas. So those are the three riders that are in our futures program, but they are amateurs. They're just letting them race with the pros, kind of get their feet wet a little bit.
Continuing on here, 250 Pro Moto number 2. As you take a look at the Motobilia running order, again, big shout out to all of our great sponsors for making this event happen. Mark your calendar next year for the second annual Motofest. They're committed to this event for several years, and here comes the 71 down the hill looking to make a pass. Lots of traffic out there, lots of big ruts developing. It's not going to get any easy here at Glen Helen. This track changes every single lap and doesn't change for the better, unfortunately.
Yeah, those ruts get deeper and those bumps get bigger, that's for sure.
There's the big air section that we were talking about.
And that turn is, we call that Little Talladega but that turn is, I believe it's more banked than Talladega. In years past, they've gone to where they jump up that. That was the big uphill triple over there. And then they jumped to the other side and went down Mount Whitney and the other jumps over there. But that turn is pretty impressive. If you ever stall your bike in the middle of that turn, you're sliding all the way to the bottom. There's no way you're stopping. So, again, great battles in this Pro Moto. Dylan Schwartz, again, throwing down the fastest lap time. 2 seconds faster than Parker Ross in second, and also 2 seconds faster than Enzo Timmerman in third.
It'll be $10,000 to the winner, $5,000 to second place, $3,000 to third place, $2,500 to fourth place, $2,250 for fifth place, sixth place, $1,750, $1,400 for 17th place, and $1,000 for eighth place. We go all the way back to 20th place, who takes home $400. That's why you see battles, tooth and nail, all around. Every position is like $200 out here. That's what's going to make this show interesting, is we still got 17 minutes to go before we throw the white flag here on Moto number 2, the final Moto for the 250s. Don't worry, motocross fans, because we've got the 450s coming up as well.
So Vincent Way still holding off Enzo Timmerman.
Unbelievable. I'm telling you, this kid's going places.
Yeah, third overall on the track in front of Timmerman.
How soon do you think we see him step up when he has the speed? It almost reminds me of, like, Hayden Deegan was so fast in the futures that we just knew it was only a matter of time before we got him in there. I feel like Way, he's ready. I mean, he looks ready.
I think some of these guys, they might even surprise themselves when they go in there. But I think some of these guys, it's getting their feet wet, because these guys are going to ride together. But this is a true race scenario. So I think that some of these guys might be doing this to see, do they go pro this year or do they wait a year? How does it? What do they need to be doing? So I think that these are the brothers, the brothers going at it, and they ride together a lot. So this is definitely the Gordon brothers putting in some laps at Glen Helen. But yeah, I think going back to it, I think that some people, if they do better than expected, they might turn pro earlier. I believe Vincent would probably do Loretta's and that stuff, and then maybe make the move afterwards. But I don't know. I know that he's got a lot of good men and women in his corner kind of telling him what to do and looking out for his future. So I don't think he's in any major rush because, like you said before, once you go, you can't go back.
100% the truth. And, of course, his dad had a long and storied career that started in 1997. A lot of top 5 finishes in Supercross, one in Pro Motocross. At the legendary Nick Way. As right now, we take a look at your race leader. That is the 44 of Dylan Schwartz, as he is about 15 minutes away from leaving here with $10,000 cold, hard cash for his Yamaha squad. Let's see if he can do it. Let's not give him the announcer's curse up here. Let's hope. We've seen some bike failures out there, and I told you on Thursday we saw a broken wheel out of a Yamaha team. We saw Bryson Gardner get a flat tire and have to finish, so let's hope nothing like that happens for Dylan Schwartz as he hopes to bring it home, but he has amassed quite a lead.
Yeah, he's definitely out there. He's making that Bar X Yamaha look really good.
We'll have to see how far back Parker Ross is when we get a shot across the finish as Dylan heads into the section known as Budds Creek. Wow! Is he using every inch of real estate out here in San Bernardino or what? Bouncing off the side of the mountain. He is flying. Dylan, so fast.
That's like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. He's got a big lead.
Boom. So there is your leader. Get the clock out. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. We'll see how far back Parker Ross is, who we believe is still running in second. Still within striking distance, but at this point probably hoping for a mistake from Dylan Schwartz. Let's look at the gap from second to third. Here comes
8.5 seconds.
This is the big battle on track between Enzo Temmerman and Timbo. And here is the 43 that we've talked about of Cole Timbo. Great battle, guys, all around. Like we said, big money being paid out. This is where all that conditioning comes into play. Who has the strength? Who has the cardio? You figure they've already done 45 minutes of hard moto today, trying to bring it home. Look at some of those breaking bumps.
You can look at Timmerman's his body language coming over that step up. He is definitely not liking being behind his Kawasaki stablemate, and there actually might be something going on because he's getting pretty animated right now.
You see animation from
Enzo Timmerman. He's kind of throwing that bike down. It looks like he's revving it a little bit, so maybe he's losing a little bit of power, or maybe he's just getting frustrated.
Let's hope not. We'll find out because we still got 13 minutes left to go before we throw the white flag on this one, the inaugural Glen Helen Motofest presented by Troy Lee Designs. Feels like a pro national out there in the pits. Troy's entire top-notch posh rig with that much talked about Ducati is out there. The Desmo engine, no valve springs, looking to make its debut in Supercross and Motocross next year, and I'm sure we'll get to see it turn some laps here at Glen Helen before too long.
Well, we got to give a little bit of shout out because we're watching this on Motocross Action's YouTube channel. Make sure that you subscribe to stay up to date with all the stuff that Motocross Action's doing. I know they do a lot of stuff weekly on the channel that you're watching right now, but Motocross Action test rider Brian Medeiros is running in 16th place right now. I believe he finished right outside of the money in 21st in Moto number 1. But if he gets 16th, he's definitely going to be within the top 20. And the top 20 pays money. And I believe 20th place overall is $400.
Yes.
Not a bad payout for the weekend. And I think he is also riding the 450 class.
It's just amazing to me how well conditioned these athletes are to be able to do 2 hours of moto in such a short window. We got a great battle between Team Green, Kawasaki teammates.
Timmerman doing everything he can to get around Vincent Way, to no avail though. Vincent's faster in this section right here, but if you look at the body language going over, Timmerman's doing everything he can possibly do to get that bike back down on the ground and moving forward.
And interesting to note, too, this is just all about pride for Vincent. Vincent, one of the few racers not eligible for the payout. Remember, that's a whole different class. That's the 250 All-Star Showcase between Vincent Way, Dustin Davis, and Seth Nemec.
And if you're Timmerman, you don't want an amateur to beat you. You know he's fast, but you definitely don't want an amateur to beat you. It's not going to mess with your payout, but man, it will mess with your head.
10 minutes left to go, and 250 Pro Moto 2 as we continue Motofest, the $100,000 event, the brainchild of the great Bud Feldkamp, as we're a week away from kicking off a brand new Pro Motocross season. The entire industry is here. They're here for the opener that will take place, Fox Raceway, Paula, California, and that is where Bud had the idea of, hey, we got a week off between Supercross and Motocross. Let's give these guys some money. Let's have a race. I think it's a great idea, too. And if you're a diehard fan like us, what's better than this? Whoa, getting loose down the hill was that Kawasaki. That is the 18 of Landon Gordon. Like I said, if our good buddy Bones or any of our other suspension experts are watching, I'm sure they're coming out of their chair right now telling you what to do with the rebound in that situation. But Glen Helen is a track that will throw curveballs at even the best suspension tuner.
Oh, yeah. It can jump up and bite you at just about any time, and it usually happens when you least expect it. So it's and with this, too, some of these guys, pro riders, not used to some of the lines that are developing out there, because a lot of the lines developing out there are from the amateur racers. So I know next weekend at the Fox Raceway National, there is only pro riders on the course. So there's a difference between pro lines and amateur lines. Pro lines going to flow a little bit more, be a little bit more arched. The amateur lines will have hooks in them about halfway through that kind of definitely make it tough to ride. So I was watching a On the Pipe podcast with Tyler Shepardson, and they were talking to Stu Baylor on the GNCC side, and he was saying that they just had a Loretta Lynn's qualifier at the Shoals facility back there, and he said he made the riders that are training there, they just flooded the track on. Oh, Timmerman finally getting around Vincent Way, finally making that pass stick. We're 9 minutes from the end of this, and he finally got around for third physically on the track.
Well, let's see how much ground he can make up. They've got a long way to go to try to catch Dylan Schwartz, who continues to lead this thing right now. As we look at the 82, that is Ryder Floyd out of Dallas, Texas, with the Ty Lube Honda team. Like you said, a lot of injuries this year, his second year with the team. His claim to fame, he led the Monster Cup at one point.
Wow. So back to talking with Stu, he had his riders the day after the Loretta Lynn's qualifier. He noticed that his riders weren't riding the amateur lines very well, so they flooded the track, and he had them riding all day long. And it's great for those facilities, those training facilities, to have somebody like a Stu Baylor, or I know that Millsap's had his training facility back east, and he's a big part of Beaumare's program out west. So it's great. These guys lucky to have those top-ranked guys being able to show them, hey, look, this is what you need to work on. So, again, these amateur lines that are developing here, there is naturally pro lines as well, and we will see the 450 class hit the track as well later on in the broadcast, and it's great to see.
As we take a look at the 278, trying to find the quick way down that very imposing and steep hill here at Glen Helen Raceway. Man, so many fast Yamahas out there. Like I said, if you talk about the battle of manufacturers right now, Yamaha's got to feel good about what they have done here at Glen Helen Raceway this weekend, especially 250 Moto number 2.
Well, and Yamaha has great platforms, really powerful platforms. We again, we'll see those in the 450 class later on, but the Yamaha 250F platform, I like it. I'm a bigger guy riding 250Fs, but it's got all the power you want. So they definitely start off with a great motorcycle.
And that is Wyatt Matson out of nearby Lake Elsinore, California. Former home of a track. Unfortunately, one sounds like we lost right now.
It's coming back.
Oh, it's coming back.
Yeah,
Good.
I hear that it's coming back, and it should be within the next couple months that it's coming back, and they're going to try to do some work with the dirt there because it's not ideal. But yeah, I hear that it's coming back, and it's coming back fairly rapidly.
We got to keep all these great tracks open.
The rider that you were talking about, number 279, Wyatt Matson is running around in 8th place right now, so well within the money. I don't know what Wyatt finished in the first moto, but if he can stay where he's at, I know that Kai Aiello is a little bit farther back than he was in the first moto back in 14th place. But the last person in a money paying position is Carso Mainquist from Texas on his 191 numbered machine.
Here's another one, Mark. Keep an eye on the 235 of Patrick Murphy. They have high hopes for him out of Ty Lube Honda. He will be running the entire outdoor series. Unfortunately injured at Daytona Supercross in his rookie year, but he's feeling good, feeling healthy, and look at him. Look at him go. He did make the night show in Detroit this year for Supercross. Very, very fast individual. Only 21 years old out of Clinton, Iowa. Doing a great job.
That's a great event. I know that that our leader was telling me that he got hurt right before he broke his hand right before the Supercross season started and wasn't able to do anything. And this event actually gives him some gate drops with a lot of people on the gate, not just a local race, and said that it was a great thing for him and the team to be able to come out and do this.
It was great to visit with his team, too, pre-race. Andrew Tobias is the mechanic for Patrick Murphy. He was out there spinning the wrenches, a proud graduate of MMI, living a dream, doing what he loves. That's cool, too, that not only from the rider's perspective, but there's so many mechanics out there that are fulfilling, realizing a dream by being on tour with these top-notch talents. And to our point, Mark, that we were talking about all this bonus money, if that can put a little bonus money in the mechanic's pocket, you know how big that is to be able to even hand your mechanic $300-400 after a race like this.
Yeah, a little appreciation goes a long way, that's for sure. So, and Dylan Schwartz has gone out to a 13-second lead on his teammate Parker Ross. And then now Enzo Timmerman is physically in third. And I think he's another 10 seconds back from Parker Ross. So lots of racing still here. Well, actually only about 3 minutes and then a lap. So probably be seeing the white flag here in about 3 minutes, depending on how they come around and how it times up. But Enzo Timmerman looking a little bit more flowy and not as urgent now that he has gotten around Vincent Way. But Enzo, another rider that is doing both the 250 and 450 class here today.
What a great event it has been, and it's not done yet. A lot going on here Sunday as well. Racing all over on multiple different tracks. That's one thing I want to drive home to anybody who's watching this who's never been to Glen Helen. Multiple different racetracks here. Vintage track for the kids. They got the Grand Prix track. This place is a horsepower mecca. And Dylan Schwartz knows that oh so well as he continues to close in on $10,000, feeling the flow, feeling good. I wonder what somebody like Dylan Schwartz is going to do with $10,000 cold, hard cash. Is there going to be, I mean, I'm sure it'll go back into the program, but is there a mini celebration tonight? Is there a trip to your favorite California steakhouse? Some of these guys like hitting up In-N-Out, break the diet a little bit. I don't blame you if you've ever been out here. It's addicting. It's good. But what do you think Dylan's going to do?
I think if we told Dylan about Smashburger, he might forego In-N-Out and go for some Smash Burgers. So
that Smash Burger's up there for sure. Delicious.
You know what? I don't know. I would definitely say that there's going to be some bills paid. That's for sure.
And we know you can rack up a lot of them when you're on the road. And right now, Dylan, he running into some lap traffic. You can see that Kawasaki rider looking back, trying to make sure he gets out of the way of Dylan Schwartz. Dylan.
And I believe that's our buddy Colton Eck right there.
Colton Eck, who we'll see, the Cowboy, we'll see him at the upcoming NGPC race. I know Trevor Hunter out there as well. The great Craig Hunter, one of our 3,600 live viewers watching us now. So big shout out to them. You can check them out on the AMA NGPC YouTube channel. When we go live there, Mark and I have a lot of fun doing that. But right now it's all about big air, big elevation for the Yamaha Bar X rider of Dylan Schwartz, the 4.4. Seemingly perfect run so far today. Can he keep it together? We'll see when they decide. I don't think they'll throw the white flag this time by, but they could. They could. We'll see what happens. It's always a judgment call as we are 52 seconds remaining in this race. We'll see as Schwartz comes across the finish line. But so glad each and every one of you are watching us live. Like I said, please get here. We want to see you guys in person next year. If you're anywhere in the California area, we got racing going on all day tomorrow. Come by, say hi. It is a lot of fun. It's a celebration of the sport. It's what Motofest, backed by Troy Lee Designs, is all about. All right, so we're hearing white flag next time by, so it's going to be a little bit even of a longer race than some of them have bargained for. If they haven't had enough punishment out there, Dylan's got to hang on for 2 more, 2 to go, as Dylan Schwartz is about a lap and a half away from $10,000.
The KTM rider we're looking at right now going up and down Mount St. Helens is, I believe that is Noah Gordon.
Another one of our NGPC racers.
NGPC guy. He's running in 12th overall right now, and right behind Nathan Abbott out of Thousand Oaks on Nathan's Yamaha. But, yeah, this is Noah, another one of those off-road guys that decided, hey, I got an off weekend, I'm going to go by. Let's when he jumps by, we'll see if he's also running a big tank. So he's running the about 3-gallon IMS oversized tank with probably the same quick dump and everything like that on it. So Noah getting a little bit of MX time, and right before the next round of NGPC racing in Marysville, California.
Great to see all the fans out here loving every single minute of it. Again, amateur racing going on all day long. We got so much to get to. Can't wait for those 450s coming up, as well as I believe we are moments away from the white flag flying here at the roughest, toughest, fastest, baddest track in all the land. An unseasonably cold day, 52 degrees last time I checked. A little bit of moisture in the air. But it is a great day for racing. I'm guaranteeing if you're out there right now, you're not cold.
Yeah, and coming into the final lap, it's Schwartz, Ross, Timmerman, Timbo, Gordon, Floyd, Gordon, Matson, Murphy, Collip, Abbott, Gordon, Ruth.
Here comes Schwartz.
Aiello,
Here
Medeiros.
comes the white flag. Here comes the white flag. Please continue, Mark. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt that one. Just saw the white flag fly. You never know when Mark, our Dirt Bike Magazine expert, could get all kind of spy text messages. You never know who's watching.
That was actually Myron Short from the Bar X Yamaha squad, talking about a possible Bar X Yamaha sweep.
Bar X Yamaha.
He must be doing the math. And I know
huge.
Landon Gordon was on the podium in the first moto, so Myron maybe knowing something about all of where his riders are finishing, and he's maybe, I know Myron can't do the math in his head, so somebody's doing the math for him, but maybe a possible Bar X Yamaha sweep.
We shall see as we close in on a finish. $10,000 to be awarded. So glad you guys are watching with us here on the Motocross Action YouTube channel. Again, my name is Jack Rapella from the Racing Jack YouTube channel. Make sure you check that one out. We'll have bonus coverage for you a little bit later on from maybe some of the vet categories. But right now, it's all about the Dylan Schwartz Show. 44. He's just about a half a track away from $10,000. Big shout out to him, the entire Yamaha Bar X team. They have really brought their A game. And please, anybody watching out there, if you know any high-level privateers, if you know any pros, make sure this is a can't-miss event next year. Somebody down in the good line. Schwartz gets around. He looks back, gets around cleanly, though. And that is why it's not over till it's over. One mistake like that could have changed the complexion of this entire race, as Schwartz continues to lead his new teammate, Parker Ross, on the Blue Crew Yamaha. What a tremendous moto it was. Can't wait for the 450s coming up. We'll see if Colt Nicholls can do it once again after winning $10,000 on Thursday. Can he win some more here today? Dylan Schwartz about to win some more. He's closing in $10,000 is what at stake out of the pocket of the one and only Bud Feldkamp. He'll make his last turn. 2 roller jumps is all that stands in the way of him, and a massive payout. Say hello to your overall winner, $10,000 richer at a Yamaha Bar X. Congratulations. Dylan Schwartz gets the win. His team is pumped up. Parker Ross coming home with a second tremendous debut performance for him with his new team. 3rd place, great run out there for Enzo as well. He gets on the podium, and we will get this all sorted as we've got payout information forthcoming. As I said, no expense spared this weekend for the great Bud Feldkamp. It's $10,000 for first place, $5,000 for second place, $3,000 for third place. The next rider who will come in fourth place, $2,500. Keep that in mind. That's a great payout at any given weekend, especially right here as Mark Tilley is down there, and he waits to get our podium finishers. We'll sort it all out when we come back. Stay with us, guys. We'll be right back after this.
Excited to go to the track? Yeah.
For generations, the passion for riding has been handed down by those we look up to. Riding isn't just a hobby, it's a journey. Start your journey by entering the 2025 Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Motosport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to give away a YZ 450F. So what are you waiting for? Your journey begins by entering at motosport.com/win.
This live stream is being brought to you by Glen Helen Raceway. Feel the speed. Continuing to finish here, 250 Moto number 2. A few more bikes to come in. What great racing we witnessed. And like I said, we're just getting started, so I really hope you're loving this out in Motocross Action YouTube land. I understand we got a big audience watching, and that's what we love. Get subscribed to this channel because I think they're coming up on, I think we could break 300,000 subscribers on Motocross Action today. How cool would that be? So you guys rock. Of course, my name is Jack Corpella from the Racing Jack YouTube channel. Mark Tilley from Dirt Bike Magazine YouTube is down there as well. Let's take a look at the Troy Lee Designs unofficial results. Dylan Schwartz, we can say that's official because he's the man leaving here with $10,000 cold hard cash. I do know that. Parker Ross coming home with a second, followed by Enzo Timmerman, Cole Timbo, Revin Gordon, Ryder Floyd out of the Honda team doing a great job, Landon Gordon, Wyatt Matson, Patrick Murphy, and Trevor Collip. So actually a really, really good performance for Ty Lube Yamaha as all of those individuals get in the top 10. Also a great run out there for Nathan Abbott, Noah Gordon, Devin Ruth, Kai Aiello, 14th, Brian Menderos, 15th, Brock Walker, 16th, Max Sanford, 17th, Gage Stein, 18th, Colton Eck coming home with the 19th, the former Supercross standout, and Cariso Manquist rounding out your top 20 in the money. Here are all of our individuals who unfortunately aren't going to get a payout today, but still a great performance for them. Well, I know some happy riders that are getting payouts, and Mark Tilley is standing by with them. Let's send it down to the podium. What do you got, Mark?
Okay, Jack, down here on the podium for the 250 class, and we are very surprised right now because Bar X Yamaha rider Cole Timbo down here on the podium with a 4.4. So that means that the boss, Myron Short, somebody did the math for him, and he was right. So Cole got you down here, third overall at this event. You were out here on Thursday, you said, racing against the 450s. Maybe not had the best results, but still you decided to come back. What brought you back, the money or just the gate drops?
The gate drops for sure. Thursday was a little bit of a bummer. We had a bike issue in the first moto, but we rode good in the second moto and then came back to get more gate drops today, and yeah, we had a great day.
So how was your races today? You said you finished fourth in the first moto, fourth in this moto. Take us through your second moto that actually got you on this podium.
Yeah, I got off to an okay start. I almost tucked the front in the first turn, but yeah, I got into fifth behind Vincent and Enzo, and they were riding really good. Vincent's ripping out there. I ended up getting Vincent with 2 laps to go and saved a little bit of energy for those 2 laps so I could sprint away. But yeah, Vincent's riding great.
So now, do you have plans on racing the entire outdoor series on your Bar X Yamaha? What's next for you?
I'm going to race the first round at Paula next weekend, and then maybe 2 more rounds as an amateur. Then we'll go to Loretta's after that.
So you're going to Loretta's and doing all that stuff, and then after that, do you plan on going full professional for everything next year?
We'll see. We'll see how the next weekend goes, and then Loretta's and all that. But yeah, we'll go from there.
All right. Well, I know you're on the Bar X team, so you got to mention Myron. Who else would you like to help? Who else would you like to thank for getting you here?
Yeah, I can't thank my parents and my mechanic Jordan enough. They do everything for me. Paul at Toyota Redlands has supported me for the past couple years. I can't thank him enough. Everyone at the Toyota Redlands Bar X Yamaha team, Robbie. Congratulations to Myron on becoming a grandpa last weekend. Fly, Alyssa, Viral, ASV. Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, I'll stop talking and we'll get the big checks and then the cash over here with all the Glen Helen crew. All right, well, there you have it, Jack. Big check, cash in an envelope from Bud. Back to you.
Well, we told you just in case you didn't believe us. And look at that, too. Even something that means more than money. These are one-off custom paintings by the legend, Troy Lee. And that's what our podium finishers take home today. How special is that? Along with the cold, hard cash. That's why I said it once. I said it 10 times. I'm going to say it again. Everybody, please plan on being a part of this event next year. Plan on taking your Southern California vacation. What a great time to do so. You could hit this event. If you have enough time off, you could hit this one and the start of Pro Motocross next week in Paula, California. But this is one that you definitely got to put on your bucket list because Glen Helen, perhaps the most famous motocross track in the world. There is a certain aura here. There is a certain mystique here. There is no place quite like Glen Helen Raceway. So beautiful, so wonderful, and I think Mr. Mark Tilley down below at our podium has our second place finisher. Let's send it down to Mark Tilley.
Okay, Jack, we're back down here on the podium, and we're with somebody that we see a lot of. We're lucky with the NGPC series. We get to see a lot of you and your girlfriend. But Parker Ross switched over to the Bar X Yamaha team for outdoors. I know you haven't had a lot of time on this motorcycle. Came out and got 2 hole shots for today. and then now you're on the overall podium, led some laps. So take us through your second moto.
Yeah, bike's ripping, got a good start. Can't thank the whole BarX crew enough. They've been busting their butts. I've been on the bike for about a couple weeks now, so I'm pretty comfortable on it. And yeah, Dylan Schwartz is riding good, and just tried to hold him off as long as possible and stay with him. I mean, he's riding good, so he's the guy I'm trying to be closest with during the week. So it's been nice, good sweep for the whole BarX crew, and yeah, it was good moto. Kind of struggling a little bit with flow out there, but I mean, that's to be expected, right? First race on the new team and a new bike and everything. So yeah, stoked on the result, and yeah, happy with the second.
Well, so we're gonna start the first row of money coming your way right now. We're gonna have Bob from ASV come in, and this is your second hole shot of the day. So giving you another $400 and making it to where it makes it a little bit easier. Bob, would you like to say anything?
So was it the ASV clutch that helped you with these hole shots?
Oh yeah, that had to be it, right? That was just the clutch. Yeah.
It's always nice to give one of your riders some extra money. So that's the first check that he gets for today. And now we're going to come in with the second big check, and that's for second overall. That's a $5,000 check. And now here's what you really want. You want the envelope full of money. So we got ASV throwing some money at you. You got Glen Helen and Bud throwing some money at you. Who else would you like to thank for getting you in?
I can't thank my mom and dad. They're watching at home. My girlfriend for today and on Thursday coming out and helping me, taking care of me, man. I'd be lost without her here. So the whole BarX crew, Bradley for training me, my mechanic McClellan had the bike dialed all day. Yeah, I just can't thank everybody else behind me, Fly, and everybody else. Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
Well, now the real question, do you think Boss Myron was able to do the math and know that he had a BarX sweep of the 250 podium, or do you think somebody's helping him out with that math?
Oh, yeah, definitely somebody's helping out. He's not that smart. We give him too much credit. But, no, shout out to him for giving me this opportunity, Paul at Toyota Redlands, and, yeah, I can't thank everybody enough. I would say more sponsors, but new on the team, so not quite familiar yet with everybody yet, but we'll get it dialed for Paula.
All right, now, with that, are you planning on doing the whole outdoor series?
Yes, sir. I'll do all of them.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you, and congratulations on second place. Back to you, Jack.
Wow, what an amazing score. Great job down there, Parker and Mark. Taking home $5,000. What a way to start his pro motocross season right here at Glen Helen. And as you just heard from Parker and Mark, he'll be running the entire outdoor season coast to coast. That starts next week in Paula, California at Fox Raceway. So we'll see exactly how he does, but that's a great shot in the arm to get things started. But I'll tell you, the ultimate shot in the arm is the $10,000 that his teammate Dylan Schwartz has won. What an amazing, hard-fought victory. And I just can't wait to – I hope Mark asks him what he's going to do with the money, because I would love to know, not to pry too much into his business. But come on, $10,000, that's a tremendous payday. Keep in mind, if we weren't holding this event, these racers would be practicing anyhow, preparing, getting ready for what is an awesome start to the season. Let's send it down to Mark Tilley, who has our big winner, $10,000 richer. Let's send it down to Mark and Dylan.
All right, Jack, back down here on the podium with the man of the hour, the man that goes 1-1 on the day. Didn't get the whole shots, but he was ahead of everybody when it counted. Dylan Schwartz, BarX Yamaha rider, out front. I mean, if I was you, I'd be jumping up and down taking these checks home. But take us through your second moto.
Yeah, better start than the first one. Was in, I think, third there coming around the whole shot line. So only had to make a couple of passes this time and got those out of the way quick. And then just got a comfortable lead and kind of just rode smart from there and made sure I wasn't making any mistakes or going to do anything to throw it away. So, yeah, it was good.
We actually came back on camera right as you were making that pass on Parker Ross, and we were kind of giving you a little bit of a bad time about maybe doing a Deegan moment, but it looked like Parker kind of checked up a little bit, and he said he was just trying to stay in front of you as long as he could because he knows you're going fast right now. So when it comes down to it, what are your plans for the summer? Are you racing the whole whole series as well?
Yeah, that's the plan, doing the full outdoor series and SMX. So going to try to just carry this momentum into outdoors. And we got the bike working pretty good. It's fast and suspension's working nice. So feeling pretty confident and excited to go racing here in a week.
The other question we had is, does the mechanic get anything? You're going home with a pretty healthy amount of money. Does the mechanic get a bonus after this?
Yeah, of course. He'll get a little chunk of change. You know, we couldn't do it without these guys. Our engine guy, our suspension guy, team manager, everyone. I mean, they all put in a bunch of hours during the week, and if it was just us riders, we couldn't do without them. So, yeah, they'll definitely get a little bit of money.
Now, are you going to do anything special to celebrate?
Probably not. Maybe some In-N-Out on the way home.
That's funny because that's what we were talking about. We were talking about a lot of these racers like to go to In-N-Out. If you haven't heard about Smashburger right over here, they put In-N-Out to shame. So let's get these guys in here and get you a big check and some cash. So $10,000 for winning this event, and Bud, the man behind it all. So $10,000 in cash for Dylan. So is there anybody else you'd like to thank for getting you here?
I mean, yeah, I just want to give a big thank you to the whole Toyota Redlands BarX Yamaha team. I mean, like I said, they put in hours during the week, late nights, trying to get us comfortable, and I really just got to give it up for them. My girlfriend, my parents, Fly, Alpine Star, CTI, everyone that supports us. Thank you, guys.
So now, are you marking your calendar for next year? Are you going to be back to Motofest in 2026?
I would like to. I would like to for sure.
All right, well, there you have it. Dylan Schwartz, the man with taking home the big check and the highest amount of money at this year's Motofest 250 Pro class. So back to you, Jack.
Great job, Mark, and congratulations, Dylan. And yes, with $100 bills in that envelope, I think he 100% will be back next year. That's awesome. I had a feeling about In-N-Out, too. I was telling you, I'm more of like, I come to Southern California, give me a good steak, but In-N-Out is great, and that seems to be what just about everybody not from this area wants to hit up after these races. But big congratulations. Also great to see Bud Feldkamp out there handing out money himself. Again, this is his generosity. Bud certainly didn't need to do this. He wanted to put $100,000 right back into the sport, right into the hands of the racers. You are watching it live, watching it unfold. It's not something that we're just talking about. It's something that's happening. And as Dylan said, some of that money is going to go to his suspension guy, his mechanic. Everybody's going to get taken care of. And that is really, really awesome, considering this was just to be an off weekend. This was a weekend of practice. And look at those beautiful art renderings by the great Troy Lee, who we're going to hear more about later on. He's got his entire setup right behind them. What a shot it is. Three remarkable talents who've got bright, bright futures here in the 250 and 450 class and beyond. Hard-fought podium finishes by these individuals today at Glen Helen Raceway. Congratulations. A lot of money being paid out between the three of them. You see the big checks, but our big winner, Dylan Schwartz, $10,000 for his BarX Yamaha team. What a win it was. Now, if you're feeling a little envious, maybe, come on, we're all envious, right? Don't worry, because in this broadcast, we've got a way for you to save money. We haven't forgot even our great viewers out there, because we got some great sponsors and we've been pumping some awesome codes throughout the weekend. So stay with us and get your cell phone ready, because we may have a cue. There it is, on cue. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, if you're jealous of Dylan's big win, let's save you $100 right now. If you need a new pair of boots, if your boots are halfway gone, if you need a backup pair of boots, now is the time to buy, because with that code on your screen right now, you will save $100 off SIDI X Power SC boots, normally $399.99. Right now, you can get $100 off. As the champagne is being sprayed, Mark Tilley steps back in. Mark, how did I know you were going to run away from that champagne bath? You're smart enough. You've been around this thing a time or two, haven't you?
Yeah, it's, well, that and, I mean, the BarX Yamaha. The BarX
Amazing.
Yamaha team coming out,
showing what they're capable of. All of the riders that I asked down there, some of them I guess I asked on camera, and some of them I asked off camera. They all don't believe that Myron found out
did the math in his head or did the math all by himself. Somebody was telling him that. But, hey, math is math. That's pretty impressive for the team to podium sweep of Motofest, and they're doing something right over there, that's for sure.
Well, the math I like is when Bud Feldkamp said there's $100 bills in this envelope. Here you go. How sweet is that? And again, don't worry, we got your back, viewers. You know Mark and I are going to come up with something, and the entire team here. So here's another opportunity to save you money, and this one I think goes out to everybody, because who doesn't need something from Motosport? So right now, take your cell phone, scan this QR code, enter your email, and you will receive a code that will give you $20 off a $100 spend or more, plus free shipping at motosport.com. Everybody needs something from Motosport. I know I do. I got an old school CR125, an old KX250. I got all kind of stuff. And if it wasn't for the great Mark Tilley hooking me up with parts from time to time, I wouldn't have anything. So thank you, Motosport. They are the greatest. Well, Mark, we will be back right after this. Stay with us, guys. 450s are on the horizon as we continue on from a great day for racing here from Motofest, Glen Helen Raceway, San Bernardino, California. We'll be right back.
Excited to go to the track? Yeah.
For generations, the passion for riding has been handed down by those we look up to. Riding isn't just a hobby, it's a journey. Start your journey by entering the 2025 Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Motosport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to give away a YZ 450F. So what are you waiting for? Your journey begins by entering at motosport.com/win. This live stream is being brought to you by Glen Helen Raceway. Feel the speed. Welcome back to this motorcycle extravaganza, this celebration of the sport known as Motofest. My name is Jack Capella from the Racing Jack YouTube channel. Alongside me, Mr. Mark Tilley from Dirt Bike Magazine. You are watching right now on the Motocross Action Magazine YouTube channel, and what a show it has been. Huge money on the lines, and we are getting set to drop the gate on 450 Moto #1. Now, Mark, what is interesting about this is we don't know who snuck in the gate here on Saturday. We've continually reminded you that the entire motocross industry is here in SoCal. Who's going to show up and take a shot at this money? We know Colt Nicholls is here, and he was the big winner a few days ago at the Stopwatch Nationals.
Yeah, and we just got to see the sight lap, and we know that Derek Drake is here. It looked like there might have been some people that we weren't expecting to be here, but we'll be able to confirm that when this gate drops and when we see who gets that ASV hole shot.
Let's take a look at your Motobilia starting grid right here. There's the aforementioned Derek Drake. This class is stacked, and there is the hometown favorite, at least on this YouTube channel. I'm talking about the 171 of Josh Mosman. What a great performance he had on Thursday. Got to visit with him, and I told him straight up, I said, Josh, you're dealing with guys that are out there top 10 in Supercross. Does this show you got the speed to be out there in a factory rig? He kind of had a grin on his face and said, maybe I do. Dare DeMartille out there as well. Bryson Gardner, the factory beta team is here. This is stacked. And the question is, who will get the all-important hole shot? There's the 171 of Josh Mosman that you see center of your screen, the 21 of Enzo Temmerman, the Ironman out here today. Some of these competitors actually running the 250s and the 450s, just putting some amazing conditioning on display.
Well, and I got to give a shout-out to, in that shot right there, one of my test riders, Sean Lipinovich, number 505. He is racing our Gas Factory Edition out there with minimal adjustments to his weight and speed. So good luck to the 505 of Sean Lipinovich, and we'll see if he's got anything for Mr. Josh Mosman on that MXA-backed Yamaha.
And look at this beautiful soil. A little bit of rain this morning, cool, comfortable temperatures here in mid-May in Southern California, the heart of the industry, as we get ready to go. Who will grab that all-important start? We heard from the 250 competitors just how important it is. Talladega turn number 1. Here we go. Gate down, a football field and a half into the high banks. Who's got the start? Who's got the whole shot? Looks like a Kawasaki. No. Is it the Yamaha? Is it Colt Nicholls? We're 1, 2, 3 wide into the first turn.
Colt on the inside on that HEP Twisted T Suzuki getting the whole shot, getting to that first turn. We had number 334 on a Yamaha right next to him.
That's Brad West. Brad West out of Bar X Yamaha.
Yeah, so the Bar X Yamaha is up front again. Colt just kind of pushing Brad out a little bit right there. So that's pretty amazing. There is a Suzuki followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Yamahas. So those bikes are definitely fast.
And look at that, right as you say, Yamaha, very perfect for our track sponsor. Their signage comes right in plain view. What a banner year for the Blue Coup. Congratulations. But right now, we've got Suzuki headquarters not far away in Brea, California, and Colt Nicholls is making them very, very proud on a kickstart for 50. Forget about Kickstart Kenny. It's Kickstart Colt here this weekend.
Well, and I know that Derek Drake was here, but he did hit the ground, and that's why he was finishing back on Thursday. If you want to watch all the motos, head over to, on this YouTube channel, on MXA's YouTube channel, there will be both motos were live. So you can check out all the racing action on that. So it'll be interesting to see if Derek Drake can get his Bar X Yamaha up there to the front to see if he can challenge Colt Nicholls. Colt Nicholls on Thursday was racing against a lot of 250 riders. So he even said he was lucky that he was on a 450 on the podium. So now most of all of these motorcycles are 450s. So he's not going to have that advantage over anybody.
One lap in the books, and look, here comes the Beta boys. Shout out to them. Great start for Bryson Gardner, Dare DeMartille on those 450 Beta motocross bikes. Dare not on his typical 480RR that we see him run in the Grand Prix series out here in the motocross bike. He loves it, but right now, all eyes on this man, Colt Nicholls. I cannot believe it as he gets a big round of applause and fist pump from all the fans here at Glen Helen. They're loving it. Can you believe Colt could potentially leave here with over $21,000. A great weekend, I should say. But I don't want to jinx him because, boys, he's got a long way to go. It's only moto number 1. But it does have to make you feel good to know you've already got $11,000 in your pocket.
Exactly. I mean, and again, getting those 3 hole shots out of 2 motos, which was definitely an interesting thing. But so it looks like Derek Drake is in second place. That is Brad West on his Yamaha in second place. And it looked like Mosman was running around it shows that he's in 7th place on that Motocross Action-backed Yamaha. We'll have to see where Sean Lipinovich is on his gas-backed dirt bike. Oh, right there, 13th place.
The top of that hill is treacherous. You notice some guys take it wide. There seems to be a hard edge up there. Look at how weird that line is. Boom, right there. That looks like a wheel breaker. Speaking of a wheel breaker, a guy to keep an eye on is Grant Harlan, currently running 5th, one of the top Supercross racers out there out of the Rock River Yamaha team. He really picked up the pace as we get a good look at Mosman now battling with, is that Mason Simmons?
That is Mason Simmons doing a lot of battling there. And I know that Mason is primarily a 250 rider, but I believe talking with those guys that he is running a 450. So we get a first shot at seeing Mason on a 450 in a race.
You're taking a look at the official timing and scoring to the left of your screen. Thanks you to SIDI, Motobilia, all of our great sponsors. Remember, guys, all the results, too, you can get off the Glen Helen website if you want to follow along with us as we continue to watch this battle between Yamaha teammates. I'll tell you what is great for us for entertainment purposes as well is they're not letting Colt get too far away. And that's what we saw on Thursday at the Stopwatch National. Colt started to check out a couple laps into this thing, 5 minutes into this thing. I don't think Colt has quite the lead he wants. These Yamaha boys are coming.
Well, and these are two teammates. These are two Bar X Yamahas on this thing, gonna battle. So these guys, they ride and train together. We're just getting word that Enzo Timmerman has pulled off the track. So he was in the 250 class, and he switched to a 450 to ride this, but he has pulled off, and he is going back to the pits.
Well, we'll have to get the lowdown on that. Maybe a bike problem, maybe not feeling it. We shall see. But nonetheless, Colt Nicholls on the Twisted T HEP Factory Suzuki continues to lead here at Glen Helen Raceway. 2 fast Blue Crew Yamahas behind him. We'll see how it shakes out. Remember, guys, this is about so much more than just the lead 2. Big money being paid back all the way to 20th place. So each and every single one of these battles on track will be a dogfight for money.
Yeah, and running around in 20th place right now, last man in the money after the first lap, is Cody Brownfield. I get to deal with Cody a lot. He does a lot with Jay Clark and Dunlop. So Cody's at my house a lot, changing tires and doing stuff. So great to see a local pro going to get in that money, make some of that money, and that's definitely going to go a long way for him.
Well, and to your point, some of these smaller local races out there, $400 might be a big purse for the local pros. Right now, the difference between 20th and 21st is $400. So they're racing for that money right now as Talon out there on the Kawasaki tries to get by your boy Cody. And there is the 43 that I mentioned moments ago. Keep an eye on him. Rock River Yamahas. Grant Harlan, so fast, had a great season in Supercross. It was just amazing to me to walk over there and see the broken wheel. I will tell you this, too. Grant is as tough as they come, and his eyes were awfully big. And I said, what's up, Grant? He said, this place is rougher and tougher than I thought. And you're talking about a guy that comes from the Midwest that has a whole lot of experience on rough tracks. But he said it was brutal on Thursday. So maybe a little bit of that seat time has helped benefit him here today, because he said prior to Thursday, it only had about 20 minutes on this track.
Yeah, and Glen Helen is it's an acquired taste. It's definitely a lot harder than it looks. There's a lot more stuff that goes into riding this and riding this track fast. So I think you're right. Those gate drops are definitely helping him. And like you said, the Bar X Yamaha guys are not letting Colt get away. They're battling amongst each other. Maybe once they settle down a little bit, they might be able to push and move forward, but it will definitely be interesting.
They know they can. And Derek Drake, who we just saw have a tremendous performance here at the Two-Stroke World Championships, he knows that he can get it done at this racetrack. That's got to give him a whole lot of confidence as he tries to get around his teammate. Colt, though, starting to put a little bit of time on him as we take a look at
the inside.
Got him.
Oh,
no, back and forth. Seesaw battle here up Mount St. Glen Helen's, 22 stories high. And again, look at that. That is a strange line at the top of that hill, Mark. What's that? It seems like...
Well, they get to the top of that, and you're going straight up, basically. And you get to the top of that, and it flattens out. It goes completely flat. So what those guys are doing is they're coming in. There's an inside rut and an outside rut. They've probably pushed that outside rut, or that inside rut out, and it's automatically taken them to the outside because it's a flat corner up there. There's not any kind of, like what we're seeing right here.
And absolutely. Very, very fast. Whole lot of talent out there as we watch Kai Aiello fly around. Wonder what Kai's future plans are. We're going to have to get with him and see how many rounds of motocross that he plans to run this year.
It's pretty interesting. We have
number plate coming off.
Part of Timmerman's bike coming apart right there, but probably those Kawasaki seat bolts vibrate out, and that's exactly what happened there. That's a seat bolt that is vibrated out. I feel for the mechanics because I know I'm my own mechanic, and I have that seat bolt come out all the time, especially on the pipe side for some reason. I'm not really sure why. But so yeah, we're winding down, but it is interesting to see a lot. But again, I know he was the only rider out here on Thursday on a Suzuki, and I believe he's the only rider out here again on a Suzuki. So does it hurt their sales? Yeah, probably. But it's definitely an interesting take. Maybe the electric start isn't as important to everybody else.
And here comes West motoring around on the 334. We'll see just how far Grant Harlan is off the pace. There's Grant, as you can see, back end of your screen. So they're starting to separate just a little bit. But I'm with you, Mark. I think Derek Drake has a plan. He's the fastest man on track right now. And he's got 15 minutes plus one to try to make some of that Colt Nicholls lead disappear. Mark, talking strategy, you being the accomplished rider, when you have a guy who has dominated earlier like Colt, is there a certain philosophy coming in where, you know, we're going to hold the pace, and then maybe with 10 minutes to go, maybe with 5 minutes to go, we're really going to turn it up? Is there a certain point where Derek's going to turn it up?
Well, I think Colt right now is not getting all that excited about anything. Colt's been doing this for a long time. Like he mentioned on the other broadcast, he was kind of racing from the front and making sure that he doesn't push too hard. So I think maybe that's it. If Derek gets up there and shows him a wheel, I think Colt might have a little bit more in the tank to where he can go a little bit faster. But again, it's being interesting to see. I think Derek is just going as fast as he can. I think he's going as fast as he can to get up there and be able to show him a wheel, try to have Colt make that mistake. But it's definitely going to be interesting because we're going to see in what kind of shape Derek Drake is. I don't know if he was racing Supercross this year, so gate drops are the most important thing, and then a little bit of money's not too bad either.
And how about Mason Simmons, the Iron Man out there? Just got done with the 250s, running the 450s out here. He's used to 90-minute motos. The man from Australia putting together a great performance. As we give you a look at the Glen Helen finish line, we've still got a long way to go. 14 minutes plus one. We'll give you the running order right now. Colt Nicholls, Drake, Brad West, Grant Harlan, Mason Simmons, Brandon Ray, Dare DeMartille, Roman Papp, Josh Mosman, Bryson Gardner rounding out your top 10 so far, as it looks like Mosman on the move now, 9th, and Dare Kelly out of Riverside, California, just got around Bryson Gardner on a Yamaha. So jockeying for position. Trevor Stewart out there as well. Great to see him. He's one of the fastest men on the planet, coming back from an injury. We'll see if he can continue to keep the forward momentum building. He's currently running 13th, and he's another one of the individuals that I'm really speaking to when I say this purse money is huge for some of these guys that need a little shot in the arm.
Yeah, exactly. And it's nice to see a lot of guys returning from Thursday. Derek Kelly being one of those guys returning. But it's nice to see those guys returning. And then some guys that didn't race on Thursday, like Mason Simmons, deciding, hey, you know what, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to race both classes. So it's definitely interesting. The other thing is Dare DeMartille, we see him on his 480 beta. And you might kind of look at it and go, what's the difference between a 480 and a 450? Not really that big of a difference. The 480 beta has a much smoother power delivery. It's I don't want to say it's I guess it'd be a little bit more rider friendly, a little bit more of holding the momentum around, where the 450 kind of barks a little bit. So Dare, again, I guess he's doing a few of the first
first nationals, so a little bit of a learning curve on making that bike handle right and using that throttle control. So he is getting used to a new motorcycle.
As we continue on, guys, 12 minutes plus 1. It is lap number 9. Talking about that payout, too, let me give you the full rundown because this is absolutely staggering what Bud Feldkamp has done, the owner of Glen Helen, reaching inside his pocket. First place will get $10,000. Second place, $5,000. Third place, $3,000. Fourth place, $2,500. Now this is where you would expect the numbers to fall off. Not quite. Fifth place, $2,200, sixth place, $1,750, seventh place, $1,400, eighth place gets $1,000. So think about that. I mean, the battle for eighth is for $1,000. That's a nice little payday here, as Josh Mosman knows it oh so well. I know his lovely wife out there who's selling her baked goods and sourdough should be happy if baby boy could bring home $1,000.
And Josh Mosman is one position out of that $1,000 payday that you're talking about right now. He's in 9th. So, you know, even top 10 making money, top 20 making money actually in this. So, you know, it's not a bad payday, not a bad Saturday morning.
Well, it's cool to hear the vision that Bud Feldkamp has for this event too. He said at the top of the show, he wants this to be a national. He wants racers from all over the world to come and participate. And there's racing here for everybody. There's all the way from 50s, A, B, C, you name it. So
and old motorcycles. There's a vintage race going on, a vintage swap meet, a vintage motorcycle show. There is so many things going on here that it's kind of mind-blowing.
Oh, absolutely. The Baja Drags was an absolute blast. I do recommend those guys stepping up the safety gear a little bit, though. We saw a couple busted knees and shorts and tennis shoes, but they were having an absolute blast. Kind of reminded me of Monster Trucks. It was a drag race, then you had to make a couple turns. I was hoping we'd see Mark Tilley out there, but...
Yeah, I was at home writing for that.
That day job.
Yeah, that day job kind of got in the way here. Ron Lawson and Gene Turner doing most of the writing for the magazine, but they needed me to do some stuff, so I had to be back there. I couldn't be out here hanging out playing basically.
All right, so Josh Mosman of Motocross Action Magazine currently running 9th, but he's got some serious heat on his rear fender by Dare Kelly out of Riverside, California, on a Yamaha. Another individual. Anytime you see somebody from the SoCal area, you know more than likely they've got a whole lot of seat time here at Glen Helen. Open 5 days a week. They do more than 300 events here a year. There's an off-road truck course. There's a little bit of something for everybody. I love coming here. We do the Vet World Championships, the big one, NGPC, 2-strokes, Grand Prix. There's a Grand Prix going on Sunday here. Always something cool going on at Glen Helen Raceway. Nicholls continues to lead this thing.
And it's still Derek. So Derek Drake and Colt Nicholls are the only riders in the 213s. Derek Drake has been consistently tenths of seconds faster than Colt Nicholls, but he's not able to close that gap. So it's still about a minute, or not a minute. It's about a second to second and a half on the distance. So with about 9 minutes to go in this, Colt might be getting ready to put on to try to put some distance back in between those two. But well, I say that, and now Derek Drake in this drone shot, you can see pulls right up onto the back wheel of Colt Nicholls. Skying over that hip jump and that new uphill triple. So yeah, Derek Drake, you know what? He is cutting into that lead.
Well, this is kind of what I was getting at earlier. I think Derek's got a plan. I really do. I think he's playing chess out there. I think that he paced himself, and I think now he's starting to reel Colt in slowly. Look at that lead start to evaporate. Remember, Derek Drake is no new kid on the block. Made his professional debut at Hangtown in 2019. As Mark mentioned, he battled Lyme disease for a while, but as we found out the 2-stroke world championship last month, he's feeling better. He's on the up and up. And look at this. Mark, we got 8 minutes plus 1, and that lead continues to shrink. Can Yamaha continue their swan song, their absolute virtuoso performance here at Glen Helen Raceway?
And for the first time in multiple laps, Colt Nicholls was faster than Derek Drake on that lap. Again, only by tenths of a second, but he was a little bit faster than Derek. Both of them dropping down into the 2:14s.
And is there any fatigue factor for Colt Nicholls? Because on Thursday at the Stopwatch Nationals, we really didn't see Colt challenged much. If he's a little sore, if he's tired, if Derek starts putting some heat on him. Mark, you can speak to this. What's it like when you were absolutely running away, checked out, and all of a sudden somebody's on your rear fender? What's that do to you?
It's definitely no fun. That can mess with, that's why they say a lot of this sport is mental, because that will mess with your mental game. If you're not strong mentally, it will. You can start making little mistakes, and then those little mistakes turn into big mistakes, and you go from first to dropping back. But these guys have absolutely checked out on the rest of the field, with Brad West in second or in third, and then. And talking about that line, I love watching downhill. You could tell Drake was pushing a little bit harder because Nicholls was a little smoother through there. Drake just kept it pinned, and when you keep it pinned, it's like that rough edge kind of throws you off a little bit. But I'm telling you right now, this lead continues to evaporate, and the man from San Luis Obispo, California, Derek Drake, continues to close in on the Twisted Tea Suzuki of Colt Nicholls. We are shaping up for an epic finish here. Moto number 1 of the 450s from Glen Helen Raceway, that Yamaha in hot pursuit of the Twisted Tea Suzuki. Well, and that Bar-X Yamaha team is definitely been putting in the work, because going into the outdoor season, they're all performing really, really well. They did great in the first 250 moto with their teammates there as well, and then now they're doing great in the 450 moto. So both teammates running in the top 3. So you can't really ask for very much more. And like I said, these guys have checked out.
This is what we refer to as gap sauce.
Yeah.
All right. That's because they have sprinkled the gap sauce on. Here comes third place now.
That's like 20 seconds back.
That's amazing. That is amazing. So West trying to hang on to his podium position. Grant Harlan, I believe, coming behind him. Mason Simmons up to 5th. Dare DeMartille 6th. Brandon Ray 7th. Josh Mosman up to 8th. Dare Kelly 9th. But right now, the battle between Yamaha and Suzuki, and it's a good one. 5 minutes to go before we throw the white flag. This is a 30+1 spectacle here from Motofest. Hope you guys are enjoying each and every minute of it. Let us know down below in the comments. Jack Crapella and Mark Tilley here with you. All of our great sponsors making it happen. It begins with Bud Feldkamp and his team, Troy Lee Designs, Motobilia, SIDI, Motosport.com, Motocross Action Magazine, Dirt Bike Magazine, Cycle Drag, Racing Jack, High Torque Media Group, L&N Media Services, Yamaha Pro Circuit, Toyota. Support those who support your sport. And there is the 43 of Grant Harlan. Gotta believe Yamaha is just ecstatic with how their guys are performing here today.
Now, Grant, you said is on that Rock River Yamaha team?
Grant on the Rock River team. It was great. I caught up with him all throughout the Supercross season. Very hard worker. My memory of him is I was cruising around the pits on Media Day in Seattle when it was a total rain out, and there he is out in front of the trailer just getting down to business on the exercise bike, sweating it out. And you think, this is a day off for this guy. The conditioning never ends.
Yeah, no, and these guys, there's lots of work that goes on behind the scenes. We like to say, they're only working for an hour at a time and making lots of money, but these guys get up every day and work. They deal with injuries, they deal with all kinds of different stuff, and they're back out here and doing it for the love of the sport. And with events like this, Bud Feldkamp giving them an opportunity to make a little bit of extra money on an off weekend, get some more dialing in right before the outdoor season, and go from there. So, Yamaha corporate has got to be happy with all these teams performing so well at this huge event that we call Motofest.
Where's our man Donnie from Yamaha? I'm sure he's here cheering on the crew. Grant, of course, born in 2001 in Justin, Texas, turned pro in 2020, and right now making that Gizmo Mods Rock River Yamaha bike scream. Pretty interesting, too, that they're set up out there, and a lot of teams have taken this opportunity to park the rigs and prep the bikes right here, and I understand some of them aren't leaving for a few days. As, again, remember, ASV handing out money for the Whole Shot Award. We'll figure out exactly who that was.
I believe that was Colt.
I thought it was Colt as well.
Colt's going to take
get the official word.
More money.
as the 107 we're hearing, 103 from our talented producer, Trevor Hawking, stepping in, telling us the 103 captured the whole shot. We'll have to take a look at our scoring sheet right there. Scotty Venagel out of Lake Elsinore, California. We'll have to wait. Officially unofficial at this point, but we will. Info as it continues. Hey, it is hard to score one of these things, as we know. But
it is.
Hey, what a great job the production staff is doing here. Everybody, we want to thank you guys so much. As we take a look right now, is that the 200 of Dare D. Martil?
That is Dare.
Yes, it is. Factory Beta doing a tremendous job.
He's Factory Beta off-road.
Factory Beta off-road, but what's he going to be doing this summer, Mark Tilley?
Well, yeah, I do hear that he is racing a couple of the first outdoor nationals. I know Hangtown for sure, because that's basically a home race for him. So, and that's got to be kind of nice. I mean, the Beta Factory has got to be happy with the improvement of the off-road division and the improvement of Dare. Dare came out a few years ago to the off-road series and was having trouble just finishing races. And now he's everybody's having trouble not letting him win.
I always love telling the story, how proud I am of those guys. Carlin Gardner, the team manager. I know he watches every live broadcast we do. His brother's out there right now. Bryson, who, by the way, he says he's got for 3 laps. Benny Bloss was having a little fun with that, kind of like the Josh Mosiman, Michael Mosiman brotherly rivalry. But, yeah, they are very, very proud of how far Beta has come. What do you see, Mark?
Derek Drake threw down a 215.
Oh, where did that come from?
To Colt Nicholls, 216.
This is the kick at the end. This is the mechanic.
Grant Harlan that you were just talking about did a
216 that time by, and that's coming off at 215. So they are running right there. So what this shows is they have the speed to run with Colt. Colt just able to pull away and get that lead quickly. Here we are back to our battle for the lead. It looks like Colt has opened it up just a little bit, but if Derek has anything left, any gas in the tank, if that Yamaha can somehow catch that Twisted T Suzuki, now is the time.
Yeah, because it's only 22 seconds left, so that clock goes to 0. They got one more lap after this. Now, Colt, a former 250 Supercross champion, and been riding probably most of his life down out there in Oklahoma at the Renard facility, but he's smart, and he puts in just the amount that he has to win these races, like he was saying on the podium on Thursday. But so he's got a good racecraft. He knows when to assert that dominance and when to kind of back off and win some races. So is that what Colt's doing right now? I think so. I think Colt's kind of he'll be able to throw down, and we'll see if he throws down hard on this last lap, then we'll know that that's what he was doing, and then we'll run down there and talk to him and see what he says.
Colt Nicholls, boy, trying to put a whole lot of money in his pocket, trying to score another hard-earned moto win. It's not over yet. That Yamaha continues to pursue the Twisted T machine. Wonder where his teammates, too. Kyle Chisholm,
did he go
Ken
down?
Roxon, shout out to them. Did somebody go down? Mark Tilley might have saw
out of that turn.
Did Derek Drake go down? Wow, I think you might have spied correctly there, Mark Tilley, because that gap looks like it's opened up significantly. The white flag
is out
for Colt Nicholls. 1 to go. Did Derek Drake go down? And that's you're talking about a $2,500 position if West can somehow get around. Something definitely happened to Drake.
He had a good gap on
Who's this now, Mark? Was that Drake or was that?
That was a dark fly gear, so I think that would be Derek Drake.
That was Derek Drake.
So no pressure on Colt Nicholls going into this last lap.
But there is pressure on Drake with his teammate West. I got to imagine West is probably.
Well, there's Derek right there. I think that was Brad West coming over the finish line. So I think he's
still got a comfortable.
Yeah, that was Brad going back the other way. So I think he still got it.
Colt Nicholls coming up on a lapper.
So that was nice to see that he just tipped over because when he disappeared from the shot in the 2-stroke race, he had to retire from that moto and the overall as well. So it's nice to see him back up and moving around. Still in second place, just a little bit farther back.
Truly amazing. Well, as long as he doesn't go down, we don't want to give him the announcer's jinx. A few more turns to go. The headline of this race on Dirt Bike Magazine could be Colt Nicholls takes home $21,000. He's one moto win away, pending his ability to finish across the line first in this one. It certainly looks like that's a foregone conclusion, as Colt Nichols has been unstoppable. What a tremendous performance for him on the Twisted T HEP Factory Suzuki. Big congratulations. As I mentioned before, I'm sure his teammates, Kyle Chisholm, Ken Roxon, watching on, they might be saying, man, we should have showed up and taken a little piece of that money. But I know they are so happy for their man right now. Colt Nichols, looks like Colt knowing he's got a comfortable lead, slowing down a little bit. Boy, that's a great feeling when you can slow down. A few more turns to go for the 4-5, and he will put this win in the books. And then we turn our attention to Moto number 2. If he can go 1-1 on the day, like I said, guys, you're talking about, I believe 4 ASV Whole Shot awards. That's $1,600, and potentially another $20,000 for Colt Nichols on the Factory Suzuki. Here we go. Headed over the finish line. Say hello to your 450 Moto number 1 winner, Colt Nichols, out of Factory Suzuki. Kickstart. Colt gets it done. Now remember, everybody here in the top 20 is getting paid. This is the bump. This is the last spot right here. They're fighting for it. This is the 70. As we take a look, hanging on to that last paying position right now, according to my live timing and scoring, would be Cody Brownfield. Right now, you're taking a look at the 70 flying around out here, as there's big money being paid out all throughout this field. Colt Nichols, Derek Drake coming home in second. Grant Harlan worked his way up to third, it looks like. He got by his Yamaha teammate Brad West. Mason Simmons, top 5. Darren DiMartel holding into a 6th. We'll sort it all out and give you official results when we return. Also, Mark Tilley will be down there on the podium with, I'm sure, a euphoric Colt Nichols. We'll have more from Motofest right after this.
Excited to go to the track? Yeah.
For generations, the passion for riding has been handed down by those we look up to. Riding isn't just a hobby, it's a journey. Start your journey by entering the 2025 Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Motosport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to give away a YZ 450F. So what are you waiting for? Your journey begins by entering at motosport.com/win.
This live stream is being brought to you by SIDI. All right, everyone, see that QR code? Scan it now and grab the SIDI X Power SC boots, complete with Superflex hinge and reinforced ankle support for just $299.99, saving you $100. Legendary and iconic Glen Helen Raceway. As we continue to sort this out, our own Mark Tilley is down there at the podium. We know Colt Nicholls won. What we're hearing, a razor close decision for the ASV hole shot. The line is right out there after Talladega turn. Big shout out to our very talented Chad Tucker, the Chief Administrative Officer here at Glen Helen Raceway. He makes the official call, and right now they're sorting that out, and we will let you know just as soon as we know, and we'll kick it down to Mark in a little bit. But we still got a lot to get through. I hope you guys are enjoying this coverage from beautiful Glen Helen. Like I said, if you're watching this from far and wide, in fact, do me a favor and drop your location in the comments. I want to know where you're watching from, and I'd really like you to get here someday if you could. Come say hello to us. Here are your Motofest unofficial results. Colt Nicholls coming home with the win. Derek Drake right behind him. Grant Harlan, I told you, keep an eye on this young man. He seems to be getting quicker and quicker as the weekend goes on. Brad West coming home as well as we take a look at the rest of the order, 11 through 20. Bryson Gardner out there in 12th, Lepanovich coming home, and all the top talent as Cody Brownfield rounds out our money winner. Now, speaking of Mr. Mark Tilley, let's kick it down to him because Mark Tilley has a money winner. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Jack, we're down here on the Moto 1 of the 450 class on the podium. Before we get to Moto winner Colt Nicholls, we're going to talk to Scotty Bareg. Now, you came all the way from France to do this, and get ready, tune up. We want to congratulate you on the ASV Hole Shot Award. Bob from ASV coming in and giving you $400. So $400 for the travel. And what brought you out here?
What did you say? Sorry.
What brought you to? Were you here to race anyways, and you just heard about this?
Yeah, I do the Pro Motocross this year. Last year I do also the Pro Motocross, but I don't do all championship. But this year I do all championship, and yeah, I'm here for training for the outdoor, and it's good to take the whole shot today, and yeah, we will see at the second moto.
All right, well, there you have it. Scotty making this a true international event. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, and congratulations, Scotty. And I'll tell you, I don't know if we could possibly do it on this broadcast, but boy, I'd love to see a cell phone pic, or you guys can actually play it back and pause it. That's the beauty of YouTube. We got to check out that whole shot. That was just razor close. And it's nice to see Scotty take home some money. No offense to Colt, but he's won enough money so far here today. It's great to see $400 in the pocket of Scotty. So big congratulations to him. I know that is all important travel funds. That is all important. Gas in the motorcycle, spare parts. So thank you, ASV. But let's send it down to the big winner, man who's very happy, a man who could win more than $20,000, standing by with Mark Tilley.
All right, we're back here with Colt Nicholls, the Moto 1 winner in the 450 class. Now, Colt, you missed the perfect moto by just a few inches, so you didn't get that ASV Hole Shot Award, but you did get the Moto 1 win. You're back here making some money, having some fun. Take us through your race.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Like you said, I almost got the hole shot. I was dangerously close. I just came out of the gate a little weird, not used to the dirt start. Used to going off the grate, so that was a little different for us. But, yeah, Derek was keeping me really honest. He was riding really good, so the track's difficult. It's hard to take that big of a break and then just go wide open, so I got a little tight. We got to have to clean some things up for sure for Moto 2 to try and get a bigger gap. But, yeah, Derek was riding awesome. So shout out to him, and we'll regroup and get ready for Moto 2.
Well, now, we were talking about it, and we were trying to figure out where your mindset was, if you were kind of judging off of him a little bit to how fast you needed to go. I know you've been doing this for a long time, so you're one of the smarter riders out there. So were you kind of judging off him a little bit, or were you just going as fast as you possibly could?
Yeah, I was kind of trying to just manage the race a little bit. Not saying I could have went faster or slower, but he was just right there, and I felt like he was never close enough to show a wheel. So I was just trying to ride smart. I got a little tight out there, and the track is honestly pretty difficult to race on. So yeah, I'm glad I was able to get away with the moto win, and we'll try again here in a little bit.
All right, well, who would you like to thank for getting you here?
Yeah, the whole Twisted Tea, HEP Suzuki team, Larry Brooks, Dustin Pipes, Aaron Pipes, just everybody in my corner, man. This event's really, really fun, and hopefully we can do it again in Moto 2.
All right, well, hopefully you come back and you consider kind of complete that whole circle of winning a bunch of money here. So back to you, Jack.
Well, Mark, I know what you're doing. You're sweetening him up so he takes you out for a steak tonight. He's certainly going to have the funds to do so. He's one moto away from scoring more than $20,000 here in pros. That's why you got to get here. That's why you got to join this epic event. Look at that signage, $100,000 out of Bud Feldkamp's pocket. That is what we're talking about here this weekend. And as I mentioned earlier, there is so much going on here. It's not just motocross action. Last night, we had the Baja drags. You have got to check this out because if nothing else, it was a ton of fun. Let's take you to the Baja drags. There is so much going on here at Motofest. It's not just motocross. In fact, what happens when motocross meets drag racing? You end up with the wild and crazy Baja drags behind me. Look at all these competitors ready to go. This is fast and furious. A great way to sharpen your skills when it comes to the start as well. And we're having a great time watching it. Check it out. True pleasure to be joined with Mr. Bud Feldkamp because this is all your brainchild, your idea. This is Motofest, and what's going on behind me is nuts. How did you come up with this?
I don't know. I thought about this for a long time, a Baja drag, you know, and you can see it's being received very well. And they're both competing for it's a drag race, and they have different loops, but they all do the same loops. So it's wonderful. I think this is better than running around the pits chasing guys going 10 miles an hour in the pits.
Well, what really blows my mind here, this is a true multi-use facility. A lot of people here at Glen Helen, they just think motocross, but you do so much more than that, don't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. We got the truck track down here. We got the car thing up here, and GPs. We have 250 acres. 250 acres, half of them are hills, so we want to preserve our hills, enjoy our hills, and we're lucky to be in the L.A. Basin. We're in the L.A. Basin. Where else can you do this in the L.A. Basin?
No, there is nowhere else you can do it. And speaking of L.A., California, we know there are a lot of motorcycle fans in this state. What do you think about the potential for this event to just continue to grow year after year?
Well, I think it's wonderful. I think it has a real potential. This is a building year, but this is kind of showcasing Glen Helen what we can do out here and have a Motofest. So have a weekend of, 2 wheels, 4 days on 2 wheels. That's our theme.
And I understand if guys are willing, you're going to let street bikes enter this?
Absolutely. Let's just have meatheads here, and he's got Harleys. So there'll be some Harleys. I got a couple of guys on side-by-sides that work for me. They want to race side-by-sides, but I don't know. I think we ought to, default on that, not show up, let the other guy win. I'm not sure.
Gotta love it. Thank you, Bud. I love the attitude. And guys, that's why you have to get here. I don't care if you're a motocross fanatic or just a diehard motorcycle fan. There's something cool going on at Motofest. I really want to shout out our talented director, Aaron Kennard, as well, for that great feature on Baja Drags. Another one of the passion projects for Bud Feldkamp, and I think next year you're going to continue to see that grow because riders of all ages, men, women, I'm hearing, I got to call somebody out next year, too. Somebody's got to show up on like an old school Harley bagger. We got to get a street bike drag race out there. Mark, maybe you're the guy to make it happen. Get your craziest friends, and we'll get them for the Baja Drags next year.
Maybe we can do adventure bikes. Because then adventure bikes, like put a big paddle on the back of one or something like that. I remember the sand drags. They used to have sand drags here in the pit area where you kind of wrap around. And I remember coming here and then seeing some of those sand drag machines that show up. And that was pretty amazing.
Well, that's what I was telling our producer, Trevor, yesterday, is it would take the right kind of person to want to bring their street bike out there. I don't know if I'd do it with my street bikes, but I bet there are a few rat rods out there that might do it. And We're going to have more on that event, by the way, on Cycle Drag YouTube, courtesy of Aaron Kennard. He went a little longer with it, and Bud Feldkamp was really happy about that. It was another one of the great passion projects that he wanted to showcase.
Oh, yeah, and that's the great part about Bud is anything 2 wheels, 3 wheels, 4 wheels, it doesn't matter how many wheels it's got. Bud really wants to promote that kind of stuff, so it's definitely a great thing. I think we should get you out here on your Beta, what is that, a Beta 390 that you have, and actually this time make you bring some gear, and maybe we can have a announcer's grudge match.
Oh, I don't know if I want any pieces of you. You're crazy. I might have to go hire Josh Mosman to be on my side. But, hey, anyhow, guys, we want to give love to all the great sponsors. We've talked about Bud Feldkamp putting this event together, and I know one guy that has been in his corner since day one is the great Troy Lee of Troy Lee Designs. Well, earlier we had an opportunity to catch a quick peek at that much talked about, much acclaimed, brand new Ducati 450. Let's take you to it. We told you it is a national event feel here at Motofest Glen Helen Raceway, and we want to take you behind the scenes in the pits because look at what Troy Lee has brought. And Mark, this is the Ducati that everybody is talking about.
Well, and this is a one-off motorcycle. This right here that we're looking at, that's not graphics. That's Troy painted that. So this is a quote-unquote production version, but a race version of it. It's got the special tank, it's got all kinds of stuff. But all of this design, this is all Troy's design. The team, talking to the team guys, they say that their plan is to race this motorcycle Supercross season this next year in 2026. I'm excited. I just heard that we get to ride one of these motorcycles here in the next couple months to do. So Josh Mosen said something about riding it in a couple weeks. We might get to ride it in a couple months. But, man, it looks awesome.
I can't wait. Thank you, Troy Lee. And, guys, there's a sticker on there that says Glen Helen. They've been rolling around with a sticker that says Glen Helen Motofest on his rig. Watch out for this Ducati. I understand the executives from Italy are all about it. Troy Lee's all about it. Just something else to look forward to. And another reason why you need to be here in person at Glen Helen Raceway. Special motorcycle, what a work of art. If you know anything about the Desmo engine, no valve springs on that just piece of engineering. And again, Mark, what we have talked about before in this broadcast, welcome in yet another manufacturer.
Yeah, and it's for me, it's great. It's for me, myself, Ron Lawson, and Gene Turner. It's great because we have a little bit of job security coming on when there's all kinds of new stuff going on. And I know that Gene is doing a story for an upcoming issue of the magazine all about the Desmo motor and what it is and why the technology's there and why it might be a better kind of fit for this moto scene. But, man, I remember looking at those. That was actually one of the first times that I got to see that motorcycle in person and get to see it. And I mean, the custom tank that's on there, the graphic or the paint job that Troy Lee did, all of that stuff is pretty amazing. I mean, when you actually get to see it in person, it is a work of art, just like the Ducati motorcycles. The street bikes, I mean, their street bikes are a work of art. A lot of them get bought and not ridden, but I know that those are going to get ridden. And I mean, I can't really think of anybody else that fits better than Troy Lee and Troy Lee Designs with the whole Ducati kind of aura.
It's awesome. And like I said, these extra manufacturers coming in, they just give more opportunities to everybody out there. So we love it. Speaking of opportunities, look at all these logos. These are the people that make it happen. It starts with Glen Helen, but it trickles all the way down. And hey, we want to give a big shout out to, I think you got one over there. It's the Dole, two of my favorite magazines. Which one's better? I don't know. They're both pretty darn good. Oh, hey, we know which one.
Right now you're watching this on the MXA YouTube channel. Dirt Bike Magazine is the magazine that I work for. We are sister publications. We're owned by the same people, but kind of focus on different stuff. MXA is more towards the motocross side, which is why you're watching this on the MXA channel. Dirt Bike is more on the off-road side. So I like to say Dirt Bike is a motocross or a motorcycle magazine that
focuses on off-road and dabbles in motocross, and MXA is a motocross focused magazine that dabbles in off-road. So kind of a lot of people ask, well, don't you guys work together? And we're kind of two separate entities because we're not really doing the same type of content. So they are definitely, a Josh Mosman would come here and do this kind of stuff, whereas I would be, I guess, the Josh Mosman of dirt bike, and I go to off-road events and have fun with the kids and stuff like that.
Well, thank you guys, because I grew up reading these all the way back on the East Coast. Motocross, Action, Dirt Bike 2, the best publications, and still going strong. I love it. You never know what we're going to cover. And I forgot to bring you your bonus because I think, are we going to do one more bonus coverage on Racing Jack?
We are. We're going to do a 50-plus moto that will give you kind of a little preview that we do another live streaming event later on in the year as the WVET World Championship. We're going to show you kind of the 50-plus guys and show you who you might be seeing at there. Don't know if there's any big names that are in this particular event, but again, the WVET World Championships, if everything works out right, will be on this YouTube channel, on Motocross Action's YouTube channel. So don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel because it will kind of notify you that, hey, we got some live events coming up. We got some other stuff coming up. Motocross Action does a great job with releasing stuff all the time, as well as Dirt Bike Magazine. If you want to go to our YouTube channel and subscribe, and then hit up Racing Jack's YouTube channel over here. We're letting events and filming events, and we do a lot of testing and project bike stuff. So there's lots of stuff coming out every single week. And if you subscribe, you get alerted. It comes directly to your phone or to your computer, and you get alerted that, hey, there's something else that you might be interested in watching. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
Yes, great idea, Mark. You took the words out of my mouth. While we're down, make sure you subscribe to Dirt Bike Magazine on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to Racing Jack on YouTube. And right now, make sure you subscribe to this channel because today, it could be a special day for Motocross Action Magazine. They could eclipse 300,000 subscribers. We're going to try to do it by the end of this broadcast as we inch closer and closer to the start of 450 Moto number 2. Cannot wait.
Yeah, it's definitely, and like I said, it's one of those things to where not only, High Torque is one of the other publications, or one of the only publications that still have all of the print magazines. High Torque owns Mountain Bike Action, we have UTV Action, we have Motocross Action, we have Dirt Bike Magazine. They're even bringing back BMX Plus. So a lot of you guys that are BMX guys, BMX Plus is back on Instagram, and we have some old school stuff that is being shown that might have never been shown before.
All right. Well, I do appreciate that information. Guys, make sure you support all the High Torque media publications. They're awesome. Now, turning our attention to 450 Moto 2, we know the start is going to be imperative, and something our L&N media team has cooked up here is, man, I want to take you back, and we got to relive that start in Moto 1 because you and I sat here. We thought Colt Nicholls got it. This was so razor close. This is Talladega turn, football field and a half into the high banks. Now keep an eye on the ASV flags because that's where the whole shot line is. Look at this 3-wide drag race, and the man from France edges out Colt Nicholls. Scotty Verhage able to get the $400 bonus from ASV. Now, Mark, I don't think...
Look at that. There's 3 guys that are right there in the same screen going on.
And I don't feel so bad for you and I thinking Colt Nicholls had it because it's easy to make that mistake.
Exactly.
Especially not knowing 100% where the marker is. But that's just more money in the pocket of these great racers. And I was talking to a few of them moments ago. Grant Harlan stepped up big out of Rock River Yamaha and got on the podium. And I asked them, hey, what is going to be the key to stopping Colt here? He said, if I can get the whole shot, at least then I'll know the pace. I'll know his pace and see if I can hang with him. If Colt gets the whole shot and runs away again, it's going to be trouble for the rest of the field.
They can't see what he's doing. It's hard to match it. But, yeah, that was slowing down Aaron Kennard with the talent, slowing that down so that we could all see it with naked eye. But I got to talk to Scotty on the podium, and he came all the way over from France. And then he was kind of looking at it going, yeah, I haven't had a lot of time over here to ride. And it's basically he loved that this was happening. And I go, well, you get to go home with $400 no matter what. I think he had a tough luck in the moto, but maybe he can change that in moto number 2. But he was excited. He was excited to ride Glen Helen. He practiced here on Thursday as well. But there's Scotty right there sitting on the line waiting for moto number 2. And that might be a wife or a girlfriend sitting next to him as a mechanic and pitboard operator. But they are here from France. And he is planning on doing all of the outdoor nationals starting at Fox Raceway next weekend. But a great tune-up and a great welcome to Southern California and the great USA. And here's $400.
It is a special event, an international happening. We see here when they have the big vet race, they do the Vet Day Nations, and this is what Bud wants. He wants people to come from all different countries to compete in this event, and that's what we've seen. I was able to talk with Mr. West as well, who's flying out there. He comes all the way from Australia, has won a lot of championships over there, has been racing over in the States for 2 years. He's looking to win some big money. But the big story heading in to 450 Moto number 2 is, can anybody stop the 4.5? I told him, I just spoke to him moments ago, I said, hey, I don't want to put the announcer's jinx on you, but you have led 44 consecutive laps at Glen Helen Raceway. Alongside him, too, how appropriate that we set it up, there is Grant Harlan, who I was talking about, who wants to be able to get up there with Colt Nicholls and try to hang with him. I asked Colt, too, I said, did you have any trouble getting permission to do this event? He said, no, the Suzuki folks were all for it. No problem whatsoever. He said Ken Roxon, his teammate, will be back for Pro Motocross next week. He's still recovering, taking a much-needed weekend off. As for Kyle Chisholm, hope to see him back. He is done for now, as looks like we get a parade lap. Actually, I was talking to Colt. He says another gentleman from France, Benoit Petrel, will be joining him and running the outdoors. I'm assuming taking the Kyle Chisholm spot out there for the Twisted Tea HEP Suzuki team. There's the BarX crew, too. Got to give a shout-out to my man Ryan Boyd, turning wrenches down there. New acquisition for them, taken away from the KTM off-road team. So maybe Myron doing a little hunting out there. Myron opening up his wallet, taking some of them KTM boys.
We know that's not going to happen. He's not going to open up his wallet, but I'm sure that and we give Myron at that time. We know Myron very well. So when we're talking about Myron, we're just kind of giving him that time. He does know math. He can add 1 + 1 = 2 and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, definitely BarX Yamaha stepping up. We got to see that in the 250 class. In this class, Derek Drake, I believe, is one of their riders. Whoa. Little water down. See, that's what the sight lap is for, to make sure you don't do that during the race. But when I was talking to Colt on the podium in the first moto, he was saying that he didn't get off the line that great. He's used to starting on a grate, and he said that he kind of bike got a little bit squirrely, and he didn't get off the line as cleanly as what he wanted to. So we'll see if he can, from that inside position, if he can get off the gate a little bit better and make it boring for everybody out front. But I think that a lot of these guys, one being Derek Drake finishing second in moto number 1, and as we know, we're in a 2-moto format. A second is as good as a first in the first moto. So if Derek can come back and win that second moto, he's got the overall. And so we'll kind of see. The other thing that Colt was saying is he wasn't holding back. He wasn't riding on the edge, but he wasn't really holding back. He said that Derek was just riding really good and keeping him honest the whole race.
And let's remember this about Colt, too. By this sport's standard, certainly no spring chicken, as the Twisted Tea HEP Suzuki team certainly put together a squad of veterans with Ken Roxon, Kyle Chisholm, and Colt, who's 31 years old. In fact, he has such a long history. He ran here, he said last time Glen Helen had a national here, he was 4th. Ran that event in the 250, so he's got a lot of laps here, a lot of track time. There is the 80, looking to have a huge week. Derek Drake getting ready to go. It was great I want to say congratulations to him, too. Just visited with his family. Brand new dad. And Mom Hannah came over to me, holding the baby. And I said, hey, I'm just looking for good stories. I'm not trying to pry into business. I said, if he wins this thing, is that going to be more diapers for the baby? She said, forget that. That's going to be something for Mama. She said, we got money for diapers. He's taking me to the jewelry store. He's taking me somewhere nice. So, Derek, roll up your sleeves, buddy. You got work to do.
And I believe that is the BarX Yamaha Myron, I believe that's Myron's daughter. That,
are you kidding me?
That Derek is married to. If I remember right, I was introduced.
That's an important fact to get right.
I was introduced to her and Derek at the same time at Mammoth this last year when they were riding Suzuki's, and I'm almost positive that that's it.
Well, let's give you a look at our Motobilia Motofest 450 starting lineup. Take your pick in this one. In fact, right now, if you could join me, everybody down below in the comments, drop your pick to win. Can anybody stop Colt Nicholls? Will it be the Yamaha team? Will it be one of these riders? Enzo Timmerman, Dakota Bender, Grant Harlan. Certainly lots of individuals that are primed for getting. There's the aforementioned Derek Drake, Timothy Barham, our whole shot winner, Scotty Verhage, out of Lake Elsinore, California, by way of France. Don't sleep on Mason Simmons. Talk to Josh Mosman, by the way. He's super pumped, says the bike is running great. He says, I talked to Mrs. Mosman, too. I said, is there anything in it for you if he wins this? She said, Thai restaurant tonight is where we want to eat. Big Thai food fans for the motocross action team. Dare DeMartille, Bryson Gardner spoke with the Beta team. They made some suspension changes, changed some components on the 450 RX. They've got Mr. Gardner out there, the team patriarch, and they are ready to roll. And we are getting closer and closer to a start. Another $10,000 to be paid out. $30,000 total in this moto. It is the $100,000 Motofest here at Glen Helen Raceway. The 32nd cart is up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from kicking this thing off. 450 Moto 2 from the baddest, fastest, roughest track in the all. Here come the revs. Whole shot, whole shot, whole shot. Will it be Colt Nicholls once again? Watch that Suzuki. Grant Harlan said he's on a mission to hang with Colt. He's right behind him. There's the 80 of Derek Drake. Give it to Colt Nicholls and that Twisted T. HEP Suzuki out in front. This is bad news for the rest of the field.
Yeah, Colt got off the line great in that one, and that Suzuki's fast. Because I know that Derek Drake's Yamaha is fast. That Bar X Yamaha is definitely fast. But that Suzuki got down to the first turn very quickly. So, and it looks like there's been a pass into, I believe that might have been Grant Harlan that got past Derek Drake there in the second turn. So we'll see what these guys got for Colt. Oh!
Colt Nicholls trying to lead his 45th consecutive lap as they get squirrely. Going up 22 stories of elevation here at Glen Helen Raceway, Mount St. Helens. What a beautiful sight it is. Can anybody step up and stop that Twisted T, HEP Suzuki? These two Yamaha racers giving it everything they got. They have got to know. Don't let them get too far away.
Yeah, well, and that's second place, the battle going on. That's Derek Kelly. On, I believe he's on a Simi Valley Cycles Yamaha, but he's battling back and forth with Derek Drake, and we saw Derek Kelly on Thursday putting in some really good laps during the 450, 250 combined moto, they call the Stopwatch National. So, yeah, it's going to be tough for these guys. They can't let Colt check out. If he gets any kind of lead, he can manage all that from the front and kind of walk away with it.
Colt bringing the Thunder, and how appropriate it is because he told me he's a big OKC Thunder fan, getting ready for their big game tonight. Said he might have to stop at the casino. That's just how lucky he's feeling, and why not? Because, ladies and gentlemen, put it down in the books. He has just led his 45th consecutive lap here at Rough and Tumble, unforgiving Glen Helen Raceway. That Suzuki is flying.
That number 45 Suzuki leading his 45th lap.
How appropriate. So, hopefully that's not the jinx. We've done it before. We don't ever mean to. As the cavalcade of Yamahas behind him, here comes the brand new dad, Drake, giving it everything he's got.
And that's Enzo Timmerman, I believe, in fifth place right now. Enzo had tough luck in the first moto. I didn't see exactly what happened to him in the first 450 moto, but I know that he did pull off. He came back strong in the second 250 moto, and I believe he finished third overall if everything worked out right.
Derek Kelly out of Riverside, California. So it's Colt Nicholls on the Suzuki. 3 fast Yamahas behind him. Kelly, Drake, Pape, Enzo Temmerman on the Kawasaki, rounding out your top 5. Grant Harlan, 6th. Josh Mosman, 7th. Brad West, 8th. Scotty Versage, 9th. And Mason Simmons rounding out your top 10. The Beta Boys right behind them, trying to get into the top 10 here. Bryson Gardner and Dare DeMartille pretty evenly matched here this weekend. There's the 43 of Grant Harlan, giving it everything he got. And it is such a love-hate relationship because I'm going to be honest, I hope Bud takes no insult to this great track, but a lot of these racers, they don't love it till the race is over. They say, oh my God, I love this place, but it's so rough, it's so grueling. But you know what? Is there a better practice environment? Is there a better environment to toughen you up and get you ready for the season of pro motocross than right here at Glen Helen?
Well, no, and they have practice on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that's why there's so many pros out here, because it does get really, really rough, and nothing else is going to prepare you for that. There isn't another track around here that is going to get as rough as Glen Helen or be as fast as Glen Helen. And right now we're looking at, on the orange helmet, we're looking at Josh Mosman, the resident test rider and managing editor for Motocross Action Magazine. Josh tuning up a little bit for the next couple nationals, and he's riding a pretty close to stock Yamaha YZ450. I think he's got the suspension done on it to make him feel a little bit more comfortable, but other than that, I think that the bike is pretty close to stock.
And he's trying to win himself some Thai food money tonight. That's what Wifey wants. Right behind him, here comes Mason Simmons. What an Ironman, too. He's already had an hour and a half of moto today on this rough and grueling track as he gets ready for his NGPC marathons coming up. Look at this. You won't see jumps like that typically on the off-road circuit. Yeah, that's what Glen Helen is known for. Some of these phantom bumps and ruts. Oh, way off the track. Be careful, Brody. They call Brody DeMartille the Brodeo, and he almost went for a ride out there. Be careful, Brody. Hey, you come to these motorsports events as a mechanic, as media, you got to protect yourself at all times.
Well, that looks like that
was a little scary.
Inter-squad race right there between the Beta Factory riders.
Yes, indeed. We hope to see them all here before too long. We'd love to see that Beta Factory rig. They will be at Hangtown next, part of the Pro Motocross Series. Shout out to Rodney Smith, Carlin Gardner, that whole team watching us here today, cheering on Factory Beta after a huge, huge year for them.
Well,
you won't even believe this. I told one proud papa, Mr. Gardner down there, I told Mr. Gardner about what happened. I said, Carlin says he's got Bryson for 3 laps. There were no arguments out of Mr. Gardner, and I said Benny Bloss disagreed with that. He looked at me and said Carlin might have Benny Bloss for 3 laps.
Whoa. I think we need some inter-squad stuff, some inter-squad practice races going on down here. But it's looking out front, Colt Nicholls is the fastest man on the track, which is bad news for the rest of the people on the track. He's running low 217s where everybody else is running low 218s. So he's almost a second a lap faster. That gap hasn't really gone out very much, but that's one of the bigger gaps that Colt has had so far, and he's been able to manage all this stuff from the front. So what the HEP Twisted Tea Suzuki team managers are seeing right now, they cannot be disappointed, that's for sure.
Not at all, and big shout out to Colt's very talented young mechanic, Lucas. He has not been complacent at all. You'd think he would just wash it, change the air filter. They've been tweaking on that suspension. Said he started out a little stiff, softened it up throughout the day. Lucas, a real rising star in this sport, and you know me, putting everybody in keeping with the theme of Jack making people uncomfortable with the tough questions right to their face. I asked Colt right in front of Lucas, I said, hey, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. If you win all the money, does Lucas get a piece? And he said, oh, yeah, of course. Put a smile on Lucas's face. Look at his pass.
Derek Drake just made a pass on Derek Kelly. Not sure if he moved him out of the way or what he did there, but maybe Derek Kelly just kind of popped out of the rut and Drake capitalized on it. But Derek Kelly doing a great job. He finished back in, I believe, 8th place in Moto number 1. So running around in 3rd place right now, that's definitely going to help him move up in that the dollar paying.
Yeah, it's going to throw a monkey wrench into our overalls for sure. He was way back there in 8th. We'll have to do some quick math. And I know that all these competitors right now are just hoping that Colt shows he's human and makes a mistake, but it does not appear to be going that way
Well, and Timmerman, another rider that finished way back in. He was way back in.
Oh, look at this. Mosman making a move up the hill. Mosman trying to get the 2-for-1 special. He's trying to pay for that Thai food, ladies and gentlemen. When wifey says we're going out to dinner, Mosman knows he's got to twist a little.
Shut down.
Oh, man.
So, yeah.
Look at that. It's a 2-for-1 special. The luck of the Thai food. I was just going to say he lost. I don't even know what his the sweet and sour chicken he lost, but now he just upgraded to an appetizer and maybe some drinks tonight at the Thai restaurant.
Yeah, watch out. At the bottom there, it looked like the two beta guys came together, so maybe Dare stalled it going in and they ran into the back of him. So, yeah, another rider up there that is messing with the overall is Enzo Timmerman, who had a DNF on the first moto as the sheets in front of us. So he finished way back in moto number 1, and Derek Kelly right in front of him. So both of these guys, I'm not sure how a DNF works into an overall finish. I've never had to figure that in, but again, these guys being up a lot higher in the money-paying positions, and money-paying positions all the way back to 20th overall, and 20th overall is $400.
Yeah, and this is big money. Keep this in mind. Just to put this in perspective, and why Jared DiMartino is going to fire up that beta and fight for everything, as we watch Enzo putting some heat on the 58. Can the Kawasaki get around this Yamaha? Great battle here. Let's stay with this one. Who's got more horsepower up Mount St. Glen Helen's? Fistful of throttle. Enzo's stalking. He's lurking inside, outside, looking for a way around. This is where you really got to show a lot of courage and grab a handful down the hill.
And we're only 10 minutes in.
We're only 10 minutes in. Great battles. But to your point, what I wanted to talk about as, again, we watch, hold on, let me stay with this one. Enzo trying to get by. Great battle. Talking to Jared DiMartino, the payout is so rich here. When he won NGPC last year, he became the first beta rider to ever win. It's about a $1,500 payday. Here, if he can get in the top 8, you could score more money out here. So, I mean, that just shows you how important and how rich this race is, every single position.
Yeah, no, it's amazing that Bud's putting up this much money. I mean, and like you were saying earlier, he's not really sweating about it, and so it's a great thing that we have people like this in the sport to be able to give back to the sport and have the opportunity for some of these racers that really do need this money to go from race to race, and makes it happen. So,
well, I've said so many times, support those who support your sport, and guess who that starts with? That starts with Bud Feldkamp and Glen Helen. Come out here, guys. Even if you don't ride, if you're a fan, come buy an admission ticket to one of these events. Every dollar helps. Come buy a hot dog, a smashed burger, a T-shirt. They'd love to have you here. Even if you can only do it once a year, it is your way of supporting these great racetracks, because I talk about it, and I mean it in all sincerity. We are losing motorsports facilities across the board in the United States. Drag strips, NASCAR ovals, motocross tracks. We're unfortunately just seeing the value of land become so high that not all these tracks can make it. So when a track like Glen Helen figures it out, keep them in business.
Exactly. And again, Colt Nicholls, the fastest rider on the track in 2:18s. I'm wrong about that. Derek Drake last lap was slightly faster than Colt Nicholls, so it looks like the gap from first to second is about 4 seconds. So not under any kind of major pressure to go faster than he wants to. Again, Colt out front and can kind of manage the race from the front.
Well, taking a look at our live timing scoring, I'll tell you who's on the move and motivated as Jared DiMartino restarted that Beta 450 RX, and he put in a 2:19 last time by. He's chasing Mosman's 2:22, so running 3 seconds faster a lap than Mosman. We'll see how long before he can catch the MXA test rider, and if we get a great Beta Yamaha MXA battle there. We shall see. But as for right now, Colt Nicholls, 2:18.62. He sets the pace, lightning fast, mistake-free today. I spoke to Colt too, and just like what Harlan told us, is Colt does not love the actual process of the moto out here. He said it is as rough as advertised, and I think this is the aforementioned Dare DeMartile, Josh Mosiman battle I was talking about. Can Mosiman hold off that fast-charging Beta? Here comes the 450 RX motocross bike. What are you doing right now if you're Josh Mosiman?
Went to the inside.
Josh Mosiman trying to hold him off. Dare shows him a fender. We are bar to bar. The Beta 450 RX finding a way around. Josh Mosiman. Mosiman, does he have an answer back on the Yamaha? Yes, he does. Into the inside. But right now, Dare DeMartile has a head of steam. Remember, DeMartile finished second here at the two-stroke nationals behind Dante Oliveira. He knows how to get around this track very, very fast. Known as an off-road racer, but a heck of a motocrosser as well. He'll be with the Beta team at Hangtown. What are you doing if you're Mosiman right now? Take me inside the head of a racer. You're having a great outing. Dare just got by you. What's the strategy?
I think with Josh, he regroups and gets to the finish line. He gets to the finish line and takes in a good race, a good fought race. I mean, Josh does do lots of testing and is one of MXA's top test riders as well as managing editor. But he's trying to get through the next couple nationals. And like I said, that bike, I believe, is fairly stock. I think Josh was telling me that he had put some map stuff in there and then some suspension stuff on that motorcycle. But other than that, that bike is pretty close to being stock. So he's just kind of running it through its paces. It doesn't even have an exhaust. It looks like it has a stock exhaust. So yeah, I think he's happy with where he's at. He knows that it's all about just getting through the moto and getting it on into next weekend and making it all count there. But you're right, Dare maybe he's finding the flow on that motocross model machine that he hasn't had a lot of testing time on, but now finding that flow through this second moto and see if he can move up a little bit. I think his next person in line would be West on that 334 Yamaha.
Well, that's the 837 right there. Bryson Gardner, he's on the move as well. Remember what we saw earlier were the two Beta teammates coming together. I think both bikes shut off. That's when Josh Mosiman got around. We'll see if Bryson can sneak back into the top 10, because now it is Bryson who's hunting down Josh Mosiman. Mosiman that time by the battle slowed him down to about a 224. Bryson running about a second quicker than that. But as for now, Colt Nicholls continues to set the pace, 2:19 lap time, as we've got 15 and change remaining in this Pro Showcase. Hope you guys are absolutely loving it. I know I'm loving it. There is the man who has led every single lap. I mean, think about this. If this was baseball, we are watching a perfect game right now. He has not given up a hit. He has not given up anything other than the couple inches of hole shot
that we saw right before this.
That he gave up right before this. He has led every single lap, the 4-5. He said he had a lot of experience, too, when he was formerly with the Star Racing Yamaha team. He said they would practice out here just about every Thursday, every Tuesday. So he says he's got a lot of experience here, a lot of run time here, and he is showing his veteran prowess and skills. Watch him this year in Pro Motocross. He could be a surprise podium finisher.
Yeah, well, and I got to give a shout out to one of my test riders, Sean Lipinovich, number 505, running around in 13th place. I know that he's riding a bike that's really close to stock. I know he had Damon Cochran over at WP do some suspension for a project that we're doing with that, but it is our test bike, and it's the Gas Factory Edition model. So threw some cone valve and I believe a track shock on there and got revalved by the guys at WP. But other than that, he's running a stock motorcycle as well.
Big shout out to Trevor Stewart as well, coming over from Yamaha to Triumph. This is his debut performance, running 16th. Spoke with his father. Trevor coming back from injury, looks to be on the up and up. We wish him all the best and hope to see him out here a bunch more. But right now, that is the story. The 4-5 looking to leave out of here with, let me do some quick math in my head, $21,200, I believe. Well, actually, you just got the last hole shot, so make that $21,800, $21,600.
Should I call?
Yeah, you might have to call our resident math expert Myron out there for sure. But you know what I got to say about Colt too is he has such a long and storied career. He actually wasn't over the moon with the payout. He loves it, but I said, man, is this the most money you've ever won? He said he's had the Triple Crown. He won $150,000 one time, one weekend. But 21 is no chump change for coming out here, and really, if it wasn't for Bud Feldkamp, which would have been a weekend of practice for all these guys, instead turns into a weekend of racing. So we hope we see more factory people supporting this event. And
looking at that, though, Derek Drake is pulling up a little bit. He's knocked about a half second off the lead. So from 4 seconds to 3.5 seconds. So he's not out of this yet. But Colt's really good at managing all that stuff from the front. Right there is my test rider Sean Lipinovich throwing down some laps on our test bike, and you get to see Sean out here a lot. He has a riding school, the Sean Lipinovich riding schools, and he's out here helping out kids, and has a big vet rider contingent. He is a vet rider himself, but has a lot of vet riders that look to him for toolage and what they should do, and it's a great thing because they kind of look at it to where, hey, he's a vet rider too, and he can tell me what I need to do as well. So there's a lot of vet riders that have that disposable income and can take those riding schools. But he's out here every Tuesday, every Thursday, coaching and helping people out. And unless we have him doing a photo shoot with Ron Lawson.
Sean Lipanovich, a true talent out there. Another one of the FXR riders, backed by Milton's great company. Boy, FXR, they do so much for the sport. It'll be great. When are we going to see Milt back here at Glen Helen Racing?
I don't know. I still have his Husky 350 in my garage.
Don't tell me that. I'll come
by. I still have that in my garage, and he was actually asking for it because I think he's going to do. I think the next time he's going to be in California, he's going to race Myron's event up in Mammoth. Chris Stengel is going to. I believe they're going to have FXR is going to have a booth and everything at the Mammoth Mountain Motocross this year. But
let's say it right here. I think Myron and Milt need to reach into the piggy bank and bring our L&M production team with Mark Tilley and Jack Capella up there to live stream it. I'd love to be a part of it. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? I think maybe we might need to talk to them about that. I think maybe the elevation might make it a little bit harder to tote these cameras around and all that kind of stuff up there, but I'm sure these guys are into it. If they have to spend I think the entire event at Mammoth Mountain Motocross is about 10 days. So can you spend 10 days at 8,000 feet elevation?
Better bring my oxygen with me or work on my cardio, that's for sure. I'll tell you guys that have worked on their cardio, and that's everybody you're seeing right now, and that includes Enzo Temmerman. So many laps have been turned, and it all started on Thursday with a stopwatch national, but so far the streak remains intact. Nobody has been able to unseat Colt Nicholls, not even for a lap. They're all praying for a Twisted Tea HEP Suzuki misfire, and maybe that's why Suzuki doesn't need electric start. They get people like Colt that just say, hey, we don't know if you can restart this thing, so you just got to lead every single lap. Don't let it shut off. He says, okay, he got the assignment.
Well, again, the Yamaha guys out in force here with the Bar X team, the Simi Valley Cycles guys, the Rock River guys, everybody out here spinning laps and putting down some really fast laps on Yamahas. Mosman on a Yamaha as well, on the Motocross Action test bike. So lots of battling going on with guys on blue motorcycles, that's for sure.
Yeah, tremendous battle between teammates here as we'll give you a look at the running order. Again, Colt Nicholls leads the way right now. You're taking a look at Derek Drake, Enzo Temmerman, Dare Kelly, and Roman Pape. Mason Simmons 6th, Grant Harlan 7th, Dare DeMartille up to 8th, Bryson Gardner up to 9th, Josh Mosman now trying to hang on to a top 10. So the Beta boys did get on the move. Dare now trying to hunt down Grant Harlan, who Grant must have went down that lap or had a bobble because he had a 2:35. That's about 12 seconds off the pace, which could give Dare DeMartille an opportunity to try to close into him. Remember, Dare, if he can finish 8th place $1,000. $1,000 for 8th place. And that is thanks to the great Bud Feldkamp really treating these riders right. Great independent event that we need to support. They do many of these here.
And I would say the most improved rider
out of the 450 class from Moto 1 to Moto 2 has got to be Enzo Timmerman. He DNF'd the first moto. Not sure exactly what happened to him. We'll have to ask him down there on the podium if he makes the overall podium. But he's goes from DNF to third in this moto so far. So there is Enzo on his Team Greenback Pro Circuit Kawasaki, riding around, making it look easy. He definitely, we saw him not struggling, but having to put a little bit more body English into it when he was trying to pass his Kawasaki stablemate of Vincent Way, sorry. Of Vincent Way, and it took him a big portion of the motor to be able to do that. So now on the 450, it's a little bit easier for him to get around this track.
All right, here we go. Continuing on, and as we said, another funny bit I have from the pits is Colt was actually in the beta pits when I asked him, will your mechanic get a bonus? And he said yes, and he got a big smile. Dare said, my mechanic's not getting a bonus. And of course he's talking about his father. I'm like, man, what a stiff blow to Dad. How much money has he spent? Meanwhile, Dad told us the story about like putting his dream on hold to push his son. But of course he said it with a smile on his face.
And it looks like Mason Simmons trying to get by. Mason normally riding a 250, but it is, I think, borrowing a 450.
Oh, look at this. Looking for a way around. Inside, outside, makes the pass stick. Does the Yamaha rider have a response? Down to the bottom of the hill.
I've also heard rumors that Mason is riding a R&D test bike from the KTM factory that has some stuff that he's doing some durability testing for the factory itself. So lots of stuff going on there, but it's nice to see Mason on a 450, and I think we're going to see him on the 450 a lot more this next year. So
yeah, he looks really comfortable on that bike. Another guy, sky's the limit. I think you could see him getting picked up by a major supercross or motocross team before too long. Certainly a great off-road racer, but he's so young. He's just very, very versatile. I got to give
from Australia.
Australia.
He's not. It's not like this is his backyard. He's been over here. He spends a lot of time at the Glen Helen facility, riding and training with Robbie Bell in the Robbie Bell training camp, as do a lot of the top 250 off-road riders and some of the amateurs as well. Another one of a couple of my test riders, Carson Tryon and Harlem Nelson, spend a lot of time with Robbie Bell and here, and I've seen nothing but great improvement for those guys as well.
Lap number 11. That means 56 consecutive laps led for Colt Nicholls from Thursday to today, and he is about 5 minutes away from walking away with $21,600. Pretty good for 2 days of work. We'll see if he can make it stick. There's Grant Harlan, who had a tremendous season in Supercross and who is in hot pursuit of Grant right on his tail.
That's Dare.
That is, wow, Dare. I cannot believe Dare has closed up. This is the battle for 7th. We talked about Dare wanting to be in the top 8 to get a grand. Well, right now, the battle is on between two top talents, and this is where Dare really gets to test his speed. There's Brodio, his father, pumping him up, saying, go, 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 as he chases a man who will be a big factor in pro motocross this year, the Rock River Yamaha rider of Grant Harlan. Dare looking for a way to pass. Where's your favorite spot to pass in this section, Mark?
I don't really do a lot of passing in this section. Where I tend to do passing is coming down the hills.
Down the hills.
That stuff that you were talking about earlier in
here comes that Beta 450 RX trying to outmotor the Rock River Yamaha. Dare to the inside. Dare shows Harlan. Grant back. Grant not going to give up an inch. Two very evenly matched riders, two very evenly matched motorcycles. We've got ourselves a show. It's Beta versus Yamaha as we go 22 stories up Mount St. Glen Helen. Give it to the Beta 450 RX moving into 7th place.
That was great racing.
It's not over yet. Grant Harlan not one to give up at all. This is a guy that's got a whole lot of top 10s in outdoor motocross, and he wants to make that Rock River team proud. He's been just grinding away the last few days.
I enjoy watching Dare ride in general. Like, you'll see him come over these jumps, and if he's feeling it, that? He's feeling it. He gets a little sideways. He throws the leg out a little bit. He's feeling the flow right now, and
there's not a lot more riders that are more fun to watch than Dare when he's feeling it, because he's just a fun rider to be around. Even if you're on the track with him, he's throwing it sideways, whipping it a little bit. He's hooping and hollering, and it's just it's great to see, and it's fun to watch.
Well, Dare has found another gear. They were tweaking on that suspension, changing some parts on the Beta 450 RX motocross bike, and he is on the move. How far is Dare away from sixth place now? I don't know how far he is from another Dare Kelly out of Riverside, California. We'll see if that gap closes up, as it looks like we're closing in on about 2.5 to go here. Colt Nicholls trying to stay perfect on the weekend, has led every single lap, looking to take home $21,000. What a performance it was. Look at all the great fans out here enjoying this show. Like I said, mark your calendars next year. They're committed to this event. Would love to see some synergy, too, with absolutely love our friends from Super Motocross, and if they could somehow team up, recognize this event, let's make it an official test. They do it in drag racing a lot. Before an NHRA National, they'll have Snowbird Nationals, etc. All the top teams will be out there testing. I think it would be pretty cool to see all the factory teams here before too long. And heck, with this much money, this much prestige, you never know. We've seen a lot of big names. I told you, just people in and out of here. Jason Anderson was testing earlier. We saw Marvin Muskin here, Brock Tickle here. You never know who we're going to see later on as well. When you come to SoCal, there's a lot of fast guys in this zip code.
Well, and later on this year, like we were saying, on the MXA YouTube channel, later on this year is the W World Vet Championship. So all those guys, 25 plus, 30 plus, 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus, 70 plus even. All of those guys all over the world. If you're watching this, there is an event for the older crowd here later on this year. The W Vet World Championship used to be called the White Brothers Vet World Championship. So keeping that tradition alive and going. And you can, again, subscribe to this YouTube channel, and you'll get an alert when we go live for that event.
Yeah, the big winner last year, too, one of those filthy Phil Nicoletti. I'm surprised he didn't show up to take his shot at some of this big purse money being paid out here, as I believe we're closing in on a white flag. There's Mason Simmons, who continues to dig. We'll check in on our leader, the 4-5 Bofo Performance. I cannot believe he has led every single lap.
I think next time Colt comes around, because we're at 0, I think he'd already gone by. So the next time Colt comes around, I believe we're going to see the white flag come out. Again, that's Mason Simmons riding around on that KTM 450. And well within the top 10, I believe. So Mason, in 5th right now.
Mason getting some big air. Well, I'm gonna throw this call out there. We talk so much about Carlin. There's the 4-5. We talk so much about Carlin Gardner's Beta team. I'm throwing it out there right now. Carlin, I don't care what you got to do. Let's get that factory Beta rig here next year, loaded with Benny Bloss, Mitchell Oldenburg, Carlin, the whole gang, and we'll see if anybody can. I'm sure this.
And maybe we'll go live on a inter-team grudge match for 3 laps.
I would love to see it.
Hey, you know what? Maybe even Bud might throw down some money for that.
The McGinley Clinic is another one I would love. I'm surprised we didn't see them here. All the privateers there, we'll get on the horn and talk to them. We love what McGinley Clinic is doing for the sport, but they should definitely be out here taking a shot at this money. Because right now, the 4-5 going to take it all the big money, that is, as he's... Did we throw the white yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, so we did throw the white. We're here in the white. This could be the final lap. Thumbs up from Aaron Kennard, our talented director, brother of the fast Trey Kennard, or should we say Trey Kennard is his brother. We'll wait. We're still not 100% sure. We'll figure it out. We think Colt Nicholls, yes, indeed. Thumbs up from Race Control. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. $21,000 is what Colt Nicholls is about to win. The big Oklahoma City Thunder van for his OKC, having a celebration of his own. One last turn. And ladies and gentlemen, there will be a Twisted T Suzuki HEP party, because your man, a perfect performance. He led an unbelievable 58 laps since Thursday. A stoppie for good measure. How about it? What a way to kick off the pro motocross season. Your man, Colt Nicholls, taking home big money here from Glen Helen Raceway. Second place, Derek Drake going to get in there. Will it be Enzo Timmerman? Will the Kawasaki make it on the box as well? It's a fight to the finish between the Yamaha and the Kawasaki. I think the Kawasaki got it. Mason Simmons looking to run top 5. Dare Kelly 6. Dare DeMartille, I think, going to come home with a 7th, even better than he expected. Grant Harlan's going to get some money to take down to Paula Raceway, Fox Raceway. We'll sort it all out. We'll hear from our podium finishers. We'll hand out the Troy Lee art when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Motofest. We'll be back.
Excited to go to the track? Yeah.
For generations, the passion for riding has been handed down by those we look up to. Riding isn't just a hobby, it's a journey. Start your journey by entering the 2025 Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Motosport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to give away a YZ 450F. So what are you waiting for? Your journey begins by entering at motosport.com/win.
This live stream is being brought to you by Troy Lee Designs, the official helmet and gear of the Stopwatch Nationals. What a day, what an event. It's time to hand out some cold, hard cash. It's time to hand out that beautiful artwork from the legend himself, Mr. Painter Man, Troy Lee, and it's time to spray some champagne. Hope you guys have had an opportunity to smell the flowers and enjoy the surroundings here at beautiful Glen Helen Raceway, San Bernardino, California. Let's take a look at your 450 unofficial results. We can tell you this, Colt Nicholls led every single lap since Thursday. Big congratulations to him. Great way to kick off the season for the 31-year-old veteran out of Murrieta, California. Derek Drake, the new dad, coming home with a second. Enzo Timmerman, Team Kawasaki, top 3 as well. Roman Pape, great job for him. Mason Simmons bringing home your top 5 as you take a look on back. All these positions pay all the way back to 20th. Bryson Gardner taking home 11th. Sean Lepanovich 12th. Dakota Bender 13th. Blaine Thompson 14th. Trevor Stewart, great outing for him on the Triumph. Look for him to continue improving. And this are our runner-up racers who did a great job. Brad West, Brandon Ray outside the top 20, but still a great weekend. And that is what it is all about, is about building this event, and nobody can help us do that better than each and every one of you. So spread the word. Let's keep this thing growing. As for now, let's send it down to our resident reporter, Mark Tilley, who's got our podium.
All right, Jack, so we're down here on the 450 overall podium, standing next to a guy that I know you're familiar with. I'm familiar with him. We see him a lot on the off-road NGPC series. Mason Simmons, taking a weekend off of off-road racing, coming out here racing some motocross on a 450 nonetheless. We get to see you a lot on a 250, but on a 450 now this time. RPM stepping up, buying you a 450. Bob from Precision Concepts going through the suspension, doing all that. You got Robbie Bell behind you, everybody like that. So take us through your second moto.
Terrible start to start with, and had to make my way through the pack, and just kept chipping away. And I think Grant went down, so that was, gave me an extra position. And I think I was on the back of I don't know who it was at the end there, but kind of run out of steam at the end there. I was racing 250 as well, but I dropped the second moto to hopefully get on the podium. So here we are, and I think I went 5-5 for third overall. And I'm racing Fox Raceway next weekend, so I'm going to be practicing starts all week, I think.
So now 5-5, come across the line, kind of happy about what you did, and then they wave you over here. What's your first thought?
Oh, I thought that's cool. Bit of extra money, This is it's awesome what these guys do out here. Throw these races on a Thursday, Stopwatch Nationals, and today, and just so much money up for grabs. And I'm stoked. I didn't have any plans on. I didn't have any goals for today. Just wanted to have fun, and here we are on the podium. So I'm stoked.
Well, now we know you spend a lot of time at Glen Helen training with Robbie Bell and doing lots of suspension testing with Bob Bell from Precision Concepts. What would bring you out here? Was it the money that brought you out here, or was it the gate drops for next weekend?
No, just the gate drops, honestly. I mean, the money's just, that's an extra, you know what I mean? Like, I just wanted to get some gate drops, and, I haven't raced a 450 in, forever, and, it was a good testing day. Bob put a setting in. I think I've done one day on it, and here we are racing, and honestly, it was unbelievable. There was handling the bumps down the hills, no worries. So, shout out to Bob, he's a man. So, just gate drops and, getting ready for next weekend.
And next weekend, are you on a 450 or 250?
450 next weekend.
All right, so 450 next weekend. Are you doing all the outdoor races that you can, or are you just kind of focusing on the first one?
Yeah, we'll just get through next weekend, see where we're at, and then maybe drive up to Hangtown. I'm not sure yet. Primarily my goal is to keep focused on the off-road. I want to win championships there, but right now, the 450 is fun. I'm loving the 450, and I can't wait to go on the 450 full-time next year and, battle with them boys. So, that's the plan. Yeah,
that's what we were wondering. We're wondering if you're going to go 450 full-time off-road next year and try to battle with Dante and those guys up front.
Yeah, exactly. I seen Dare out there today, and that's where I want to be. I want to be up there battling up front and win races and championships in the 450 class. So feeling comfortable on it, and just keep moving forward.
All right, well, let's get Chad and Bud Feldkamp over here. Get you a big check, and then I think Bud's going to give you a envelope full of cash. So $3,000 on a off weekend for Mason. Is there anybody else you'd like to thank for getting you here?
Yeah, for sure. The whole RPM KTM racing team, Mike, he stepped up, bought that 450 for me, and here we are, making money with it. So it's cool. And my mate Ben, he's over from Australia. He's helped me out. So shout out to him. Robbie Bell, Bob Bell, the whole Bell family. All the other sponsors that make this stuff possible.
Well, will the family be over here from Australia for next weekend, or are they just kind of hanging out at home watching it on TV?
Yeah, no, they'll watch it on TV. They've both been out earlier this year, so they'll just be sitting at home watching on the TV. So it's exciting because when we were kids growing up, that's all we watched on TV at home. And for me to go race one it's a dream come true, honestly. So I'm going to go put my best foot forward and see what we can do.
All right. Well, congratulations on third place, and we look forward to seeing you a little bit more on that 450 down the road. And back to you, Jack.
Great job, Mason. And yes, remember that name, guys. He has a bright future in the sport. Glad to hear he's got big plans, big goals. He should be at every event he possibly can because he is just that fast. If he can stay healthy, I think he's just going to continue to get better and better. Congratulations. $3,000 on an off weekend. Nice shot in the arm. And like they said, brand new motorcycle, already making money with it. Well, let's see who else Mark Tilley has found who's a big money winner here at Glen Helen Raceway.
Okay, Jack, we're back down here on the podium. Derek Drake, Bar X Yamaha rider, new dad. Yeah. Congratulations on that. But coming through with a solid weekend, solid day. Take us through your moto.
Yeah, me and Colt were neck and neck on the start, and it was either who's going to let off first, but he had the inside, and I tried to square him up, but I had the paddle tire in the rear, so I kind of broke traction a little bit. And, yeah, me and him were just – well, actually, then Derek Kelly got around me, and then Colt broke away a little bit. And once I got around him, it was just a dogfight and who can find little places to catch and whatnot. And, you know, end of the day, we came home with second. Broke even for two-stroke nationals with the $5,000. So, yeah, we're looking forward to next weekend.
Well, now, new baby. Maybe losing a little bit of sleep here lately, but doing some training. And you've had some issues with, I believe, Lyme disease in the last couple of years. Finally got that under control. I know Myron yelled at me at the two-stroke race when I was saying that I hadn't heard of you, and then we found out that you've been battling that for a while. Got that all under control now?
Yeah, it's getting there. It's not all the way. It takes about a year for it to really get it under control and kill it, but I am definitely a lot better than what I was, you know, these past couple of years. So, like today, we did 2 30-minute motos, and I haven't been able to do that in a long time. So, I'm happy with how the treatment's going, and feels good getting my legs under me again.
All right. Well, is there anybody else you'd like to thank for getting you here?
Oh, you know, it's my family and whole Bar X Yamaha, Myron, Paul, AJ, and Fly Viral Goggles, and just I have a good support system around me right now, and just gonna try to keep this ball rolling.
So now I know Jack was asking your wife if there's going to be more diapers with this big $5,000 check, or if it's going to be something for mom. And she said you're taking her out. She wants some jewelry. She wants some stuff like that.
No, it's going straight to medical bills and diapers. So I got to climb myself out of that hole.
All right, well, we'll get Bud and Chad over here with a big check and a cash envelope full of cash. All right, the last question is, are you doing the whole outdoor series?
Oh, yeah. I'll be at Paula next weekend, and we're going to continue to build week in and week out and see where we end up.
All right, well, congratulations on your second place, and we look forward to seeing you more, hopefully on the podium this summer.
Oh, yeah.
Big congratulations, Derek Drake. Funny to get the male husband versus wife answer on that one. We'll see who wins out. I think I have a feeling who's going to win out. It might not be the man who took second place here today. But I will tell you the big winner who's stepping in, who we're going to talk to in mere moments, one of the most impressive performances that I've ever seen here at Glen Helen. Not one single lap did he give up, not one single inch. He led this thing wire to wire, 4 motos, 58 laps. Can you believe that? We are going to talk to him here in mere moments as soon as my crew gives us the call that we are ready to go. And we are ready. So at this time, let's send it down to our big winner, Colt Nicholls.
Okay, Jack, back down here on the podium now. Colt Nicholls, perfect weekend with leading every single lap. You missed that whole shot in the first moto by inches. We got to see that, got to see the screenshot of that, but kind of take us through that moto.
Yeah, that was really good. Once again, me and Derek were coming out of the gate trying to kind of swerve on each other to try and get the bar ahead, and luckily the Suzuki pulled, and went up into Talladega first and got the whole shot, and I tried to just kind of manage the race from there. But, man, every single moto this week, somebody was kind of just right on my tail. So kept me very, very honest, and it was really, really good prep. And like I said, shout out to Glen Helen for putting this race on. This was fun, man. We'll be back next year for sure.
Yeah, well, and like you said, every single moto from Thursday all the way through the weekend, there was somebody that was just there that wouldn't let you kind of relax. Yeah. Now, being out front like that, how is that mindset? Like, how do you kind of keep your cool and stay out there?
Yeah, I mean, the roost hurts here, straight up. So I just really didn't want to get roosted, and I fought really, really hard on every gate drop. And, man, once I got the whole shot for the first moto on Thursday, I forgot what it was like to lead races, and it's nice being in the front. You can kind of dictate the race and choose your own lines. You're not getting blasted with roost, so I really tried to make that a real big priority to try and get out front. And luckily, like I said, the Suzuki, man, that thing pulled, you know. Like, as soon as I was clicking gears, it just kind of kept pulling, and luckily was able to get me out to 4 really good starts. Almost had that first one. It was so dangerously close. But, man, it was a really fun weekend, and walking away with some cash. We're healthy. Got to test with the bike a little bit, so can't ask for anything better.
So now you're planning on racing the entire outdoor season, correct?
Yeah, entire outdoor season. Then we'll go into SMX and then actually do World Supercross all with the Twisted Tea team. So I'm excited, man. I got a busy schedule. I probably should be at home relaxing, but money was too good. Good opportunity to come here. So, like I said, I'm really stoked that we came, and really fun event.
Well, yeah, Jack was doing the numbers in the booth, and you're walking away with more than 20 grand in a couple days' work. That's not too bad.
Oh, not bad at all, man. I'll take that all day. So, like I said, if they were paying Friday and Sunday, we would have been here for those. But it was, like I said, really, really cool, man. Shout out to Bud, this whole crew for putting this on. Really fun event. It's awesome to race Glen Helen. It's been off like the national circuit for a while, and to come back here and have a race, and the track was insanely rough. Felt just like an outdoors, so it was good practice.
Well, let's start getting some of that money coming over here. We got Bob from ASB who's going to come over here and give you a $400 check for fourth hole shot of the weekend. All right, and then we'll get Bob out of the way, and we'll get the crew from Glen Helen in here with the $10,000 paycheck, and then Bud Feldkamp will come over and give you a cash. All right, well, we know that Colt's going to be back next year. He already said it. It's already marked on his calendar. Is there anybody else that you'd like to thank for getting you here?
Yeah, man, the whole team. This is, it's, like I said, really, really cool event, and the team luckily was able to let me come, Larry Brooks, and, my new mechanic, Lucas. We got Andrew out here doing the suspension, and small crew. It was a little bit of a skeletal crew. My girlfriend was able to come watch today, so that was cool. And, man, just the whole team. This was really fun, and we'll do it again next year.
All right, well, congratulations on the big paycheck. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you so much, Mark, and congratulations, Colt Nicholls, and congratulations to everybody that was a part of this inaugural event known as Motofest. We're going to do it for years to come. We want it to get bigger and badder, and all of the thank yous starts at Bud Feldkamp. Guys, I was so honored to have him as part of this broadcast, and seriously, this event, I can tell you, behind the scenes, is 100% Bud's idea. Bud pushing this. Bud taking $100,000 out of his pocket. This is his love. He does a lot in life. He's a very busy man, but they call this Bud's Sandbox. This is where he comes to relax and have a good time, and it's where we get to enjoy motocross at its finest. We're going to stay with this and let our podium finishers come up there and collect their one-of-a-kind, one-off art from Troy Lee, as we also thank all the great sponsors that were behind this. Troy Lee Designs, Motobilia, Glen Helen Raceway, SIDI, Motosport.com, Motocross Action Magazine, Dirt Bike Magazine, Cycle Drag YouTube, Racing Jack YouTube, High Torque Media Group, L&N Media Services LLC, Yamaha, Pro Circuit, Toyota, all of our many sponsors, and there it is. Big shout out to my man Gio down there, just one of the many hard-working members of this broadcast. Everybody doing a great job from audio, fantastic job. James, Aaron Kennard, Pulsion Pro with our drones out there, Ross Fitz on graphics, Trevor Hawking, our very calm producer today, doing a tremendous job as well. If anybody, hey, I'm going to shout out this Mark Tilley. If anybody needs any motocross action ads, Trevor Hawking's the guy. If you want to get involved in this broadcast, if you'd like to see your company, Trevor Hawking is the guy you need to get a hold of. Takes an army to pull it off. This event known as Motofest. It's been a lot of fun.
Exactly, yeah. And the next event coming up is going to be the WVET World Championship. So all those companies that want to have their logo behind us and on live feed, hit up Trevor Hawking.
Absolutely, for sure. Yeah, guys, like I said, if there's any business out there, anybody watching, if you want your logo on the show, hit up Trevor Hawking, hit up Motocross Action Magazine. Thank you so much. Hey, we got bonus coverage coming up on the Racing Jack YouTube channel. Stay tuned for that. But for Bud Feldkamp, all the sponsors, L&N Media Group, and everybody, thank you guys so much, and congratulations to that man right there. perfect performance here at Glen Helen. $21,000 richer. Congratulations, Colt Nicholls. For Mark Tilley, I'm Jack Corbella, and we'll see you next time. So long from Motofest here at Glen Helen.